Hello there. New phone, who dis? Oh, forgot to turn my fucking air conditioner off. Oh well. Hello, how's everybody doing tonight? I hope everyone is good. Um, Tomorrow we're gonna be doing some FF8, so today I was like, okay, I want to go farm some shit because I know I'm gonna need it, like, really badly. Um, so I spent like 3 hours farming in FF8 earlier today, and I'll go over like what exactly I did in stream, just so that you guys know, like, I didn't just spawn in shit. I'll explain what I did tomorrow to farm out, but not that much has changed, really, so we'll be playing more of that tomorrow. So I'll talk about that another time. Welcome on in, Ralph. I see you there. Also, give a big old thank you to Arctic Song, our favorite little ice cube, who followed me last night after I raided her, so thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna be playing a little bit of Heart of the Woods today, probably like 5 hours or so. I don't know if the game will end today or not. It feels like there's still a lot to do, but we'll see. We're in the third act, I think, and I think there's only 4 chapters, so I think we're actually pretty close today. So we'll have to see if we finish or not. And if we do finish, then Wednesday we'll go with it and start National Park Girls, which should be a few streams as well. But so far this has been pretty fucking cool. Last time it was pretty wild. So we hypothesized that Morgan's mother, Evelyn, was a hag of some variety. And there was the ghost that we met. We learned that the ghost's name was Abigail. And then at some point the hag visits Maddie and tricks her and gets her killed. But Abigail and the forest spirit managed to preserve her at least as a ghost. So now Maddie is ghosted, and they don't know where she is, but they do know that the mother's a hag, and Tara got beat up by the hag. Morgan and Tara banged a little bit, you know, had a good time. I don't know what we're gonna do. Where we left off was just after they banged. Oh, no. We went back to Maddie's point of view, and then there was like the beautiful pink cherry blossom trees that grew out in the woods and in like a little enchanted pool. That's something to do with fairies, apparently. So we do know that fairies exist. Gelladora is a fairy, but was like transformed into a cat and now thinks she's a cat. Welcome on in, Inflation Bad. I see that the E heart rate. Yeah, so we're gonna this shit is wild, okay? This story is just off the chain. Alright, so let's go ahead and where's my cursor? Thank you. Let's go ahead and load. Who are we from? Maddie? No, we're from Morgan right now because it's red, right? Or is it? Yeah, I think it's Morgan. Because Morgan's red, Tara is like orange, and Maddie is green, I think. Okay. It's been days since Evelyn attacked Tara, since Gelladora spoke to her. Days of fruitless searching for Maddie, and Tara is still trying to act like she's okay. She pores over every piece of local history we can find. She makes jokes. She tells stories. She pretends she isn't losing hope every day we don't find Maddie. She's lying. Right, we had the long conversation last time about, like, how they managed to improve the narration with the ways that they frame it from other people's point of view. So, you can tell right here that it's Maddie because she's, or not Maddie, it's Morgan because she's distant. She's like passive voice a lot. Not so much passive voice, but is passive. A lot of the passive voice has been uh, deleted from this, I think, for good reason. But she is passive. It's her body that tells the truth. She pulls me closer when she's under me. She stays in my arms for longer than she did before. I doubt she notices she's doing it, but years spent hiding my emotions have made me pretty good at spotting it in someone else. Is she doing it for me? For herself? Both? That's the only thing I still don't know.
Morgan?
Jesus, that was loud in my ears. I can hear Tara's voice calling from the kitchen. I smell the smoke a second later. I'm out of the bedroom before I realize I'm moving. My mind fills up with a million possibilities. What if Evelyn's already here? What if the cabin's burning? What if...
I think I owe you a new pan.
God damn it, Tara. Tara's fidgeting nervously. Oh my god, we already have best viewers? Get out of here. Oh, this one's one with good baseline. Oh yeah. The stanky baseline here. God, she can't cook. She can't film. Tara is fidgeting nervously. A cloud of black smoke billows from the pan on the stove. I can't even tell what's supposed to be in it. Whatever it was, it's charcoal now.
You guys don't have, like, a fire extinguisher in here, right?
It's okay, by Minecraft logic, charcoal can at least be used to make torches, right? So, I think you're good. I let out a breath I was holding. I shouldn't have panicked like that, I'm glad she's okay.
We don't need one. Let me see that.
I walk past her and grab the pan. Before she can say anything, I open the door and toss whatever was in the pan into the snow. Yeah, that's one way to extinguish a fire. I run a rag over the tap and toss it to her.
Why don't you get the smoke off the wall before it stains? I'll take care of this.
I'm still coming down from my adrenaline. I have to make a conscious effort to say it as gently as possible. I don't want her to think I'm mad at her. Oh god. She seems happy being given something to do. She smiles and tries to salute, but with the wrong hand ends up slapping herself in the face with a wet rag. Fucking Tara. Holy shit, Tara. Oh my god. I swear she does stuff like that on purpose sometimes. When Tara scrambles to duty, I start washing out the charred remains still clinging to the pan. After a few moments, Tara shuffles nervously by me.
You don't cook much, do you?
Does not cooking at all fall under not cooking much? Because if so, yeah.
SMHing my head, Tara.
Then why did you...
Eyes stick towards the counter and I follow her gaze. There's a tray sitting there. It's a mess. A piece of clumsily sliced fruit, a cup of liquid, blackened toast.
You were making me breakfast.
Tara looks guilty.
Yeah, well, you know.
She looks down and starts fidgeting with her shirt.
I figure that since we're leaving the cabin, it'd be a waste to just leave it here. And I don't know, you've been really helpful and stuff.
Message deleted. Yeah, I had to whack a bot real quick, don't worry about it. They like to pop up sometimes, and I have to play whack-a-mole with them. Unless I accidentally deleted your message. I don't know if I did. Black liquid toast? No, black liquid, period. Toast. Or, no wait, I said blackened toast, not black liquid toast. Look at Tara fucking blushing.
And I thought
so
maybe I
hard
could pay
there.
you back a bit. But I just wasted the food anyway.
Black liquid. Yeah, you turned it, you heat it up and then you compress it under like as much way as you need to make a diamond, but not quite. And it turns into like, you know, tar. Wonderful breakfast. It's all the nutrients you need. My mind reels. I can't utter a single sound. I don't really have any friends. The few people I'm on good terms with would never do something like this. Evelyn stopped preparing meals for me in the instant I could make them for myself. And even when she did, they weren't much more than leftovers of what she made for herself.
It was a dumb idea. Sorry.
I can't swap the bots with a get well card now. But I can... I've killed, like, 5 insects in the past week without one get well card. Like, it's a bloody mess in here. It's a war zone. Okay. They need to start learning. You know. But yeah, I wish I could swap the bots with it. But unfortunately I can't. But it's okay. They'll just continue doing their thing no matter what I do. It's one of the inevitabilities in life, you know. Death, taxes, and bots. My body moves on its own, my arms outstretched and wrapped around her. Before I know it, I'm reaching up to her face and pressing my lips against hers. The minute I actually process what I'm doing, I pull away and drop my arms to my sides. We both stand there awkwardly for a moment before I'm able to speak. Oh my god, Morgan.
Thank you.
Morgan snapping over here.
You're thanking me for screwing up making breakfast?
I'm thanking you for trying.
Oh, right. I guess that makes sense.
You know, that's a total me line right there. I'd be like, you're thanking me for fucking up? That's totally the same thing that I would do. Maybe I'm not so different from this dumb little idiot after all. Bap, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Lana. How you doing? I was talking a little bit about what I did off stream for FF8. I also sort of went over what happened here. This game is a mess, man. You'd thank someone for trying, as you should. It's good to practice gratefulness, you know, or gratuity. Gratuity. So here's the thing about gratuity. When you fuck up or something, there's a couple of ways that you could respond, right? You could respond with, you know, I'm sorry, I'm such a shitty person, I shouldn't have done that, you know, I'm really ashamed for this. But another way you could respond, if it's appropriate, is to say, I'm sorry and thank you for putting up with it. And why that's a better option is because when you practice gratuity, you don't cast shame upon yourself, right? But instead, you enforce or you reinforce your gratefulness for the other person, and you and I think that can have a lot of positive impact on somebody's friendship with another person. So that's just a little thing, is if it's appropriate, instead of beating yourself up, you can always thank them instead. So thank someone for trying. Thanking someone for trying is also a good thing too. Instead of bearing down on somebody, you can say thank you for trying, but, and that can typically be less what should I say? Less shame throwing, essentially. So those are two things, two dialectical things that you can attempt to add that can really do a number on the amount of shame you feel in social situations. There you go. That's my dialectical behavioral therapy of the day for you guys. So practice gratuity, both when you fuck up and when somebody else fucks up, if it's appropriate. There's a difference between, I accidentally burned your breakfast when I tried to make it for you, and I burned down your fucking house. There's a difference between those two things, okay? And they warrant different types of punishment. Hello there, Lana. Thanks for popping in. Your presence here caused me to start preaching BBT skills to chat. I don't know why when you enter I feel like I need to become a therapist all of a sudden, but there you go. There you go. I doubt someone like her would understand why this means so much to me. She has good people in her life. Random acts of kindness must be commonplace for her. But for me, I've never been treated as anything but a tool. I'm a tool too, don't you worry, Morgan. I've spent years turning the idea in my head, thinking that I deserved it. It was easy enough to believe. So this moment means more to me than I could possibly say, even if I actually knew how to talk to people. I couldn't do it. And you see what Morgan's saying here is that she's put a lot of pressure on herself and a lot of self-blame. What Morgan did there, thanking her for attempting to make breakfast instead of punishing her, is one thing, but she also could have said that would have not been healthy, is she could have said, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble over me. That's another unhealthy thing. So that could be replaced with saying, thank you for going through the trouble to do this for me. Thinking with your head right there. That's more DBT for you. Sorry, I'm doing a DBT only speed run of Heart of the Woods. What are you squinting at me for? The best I can do is try to repay it in kind.
Maybe we could make something together? After all your videos have taught me, I'd be happy to teach you a few things in return.
Are you sure? I mean, I literally know nothing about cooking. All I do is slow you down.
She's protesting, but the smile on her face makes it clear how much she really wants to do this. Seeing that grin in person is way more radiant than seeing it through a screen.
That's okay. I'll take the lead, and we can go slow.
This feels like it's a stand-in scene for something a lot more intimate. You know what I mean? It's kind of reflecting intimate moments, which is quite good. Instead of just having them bang again and have something similar to this, we see it in another like mundane situation that really like I think it helps us understand their closeness without having to force in more scenes of just like them having sex or them kissing or whatever, you know? I take her hand again. She squeezes it, and I squeeze back.
Now, let's start with teaching you how to use a stove without burning the house down.
That's probably a good one to know, yeah?
I grab some sausages, sausages, from the fridge and toss them into the now clean pan before putting it back on the stove. Yo, I'm a fucking sausage slurping slut. Like, I have sausage at least twice a week. No, at least once a week, really. I love me some sausage.
Okay, so you're going to want to have the heat a little lower than the absolute maximum for this one.
I figured the higher it went, the faster it would cook.
I'm gonna clip that one later. I could feel it. I could feel your little grubby mitts, your little grubby paws, you know, searching for the clip button as I said that. It almost said like I said searching for the clip button, and I don't want to think about that right now. The higher it went, the faster. Jesus darn.
Technically, you're right, but
What's wrong
that's
with
also
you?
how you burn things beyond recognition.
I move behind her and put her hand on the pan handles, pressing against her back to move her hand side to side.
Keeping it in motion is a good way to make sure it cooks evenly.
Right, cool.
Listen to this juicy sausage, man. Oh my god. That's some wet, sloppy sausage right there. I can dig it. I take her through the basics. She handles instructions surprisingly well. It helps that she's eager to learn. After the sausage, we move to the toast, then coffee. She's sloppy. Okay, I'm gonna drop the topic of sloppy sausage. See, Josh Kaplan was thinking the same thing during this scene. I'm on the same wavelength with Josh Captain right now. It makes it work.
You're doing great.
She makes it work.
I'm impressed.
Well, doing it with you is a pretty effective motivator.
Very subtle.
When am I anything but?
We finish up the eggs and sit down to eat. She powers through her meal, finishing before I'm even halfway through.
Holy shit! That was so good!
Looks like you're a better cook than you thought.
How good can it be, really? Just store-bought sausage and regular eggs? You didn't even describe what you put on the eggs, man. Gotta have, like, you know, shit ton of black pepper for me. Okay, not a shit ton. You need a good amount of black pepper, a little bit of salt. I like to put some cheese on my eggs as well.
Oh, please. That was like 25% me at most.
Although I eat them mostly scrambled rather than sunny side up.
But thank you. I definitely learned enough to surprise Mads when she gets back.
Yeah, about that. The mention of Maddie instantly sucks some of the joy from the room. Nice as this has been, I know it's only temporary shelter from the clouds still looming over our heads. Her smile doesn't falter at all, but I can see her eyes twitch slightly after she speaks. I wish I could think of something reassuring to say. I'd try just agreeing with her, but I know how hollow it would sound. But once again, she pushes it back inside. I know how that feels, although I have a much harder time smiling afterwards. My head's in the gutter.
And the best part is that we don't have to wash any of the dishes since we're leaving after this.
We're washing the dishes.
Oh, come on!
What do you think's gonna fucking happen when you leave, Tara? Let me take a sip of coffee. What the fuck do you think's gonna happen? The dish fairy is gonna come out and wash them for you? You know what? There probably is a dish fairy for all I know. There are already fairies, there's fucking eldritch spirits in this game. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the dish fairy did it for you. You know what? Let's just go. She reluctantly drags herself over to the sink. I remain seated and continue eating. Look at that face. Oh, now that face. A few seconds later, Tara reappears casually.
Hey, quick question. It should be okay if we leave Maddie's stuff here, right? I'd hate for her to come back and be missing all her super important films.
It should be fine. With us out of the way, Evelyn won't have any reason to focus on the cabin anymore.
Hey, Morgan, can you come here for a sec?
I jog down the hallway to find her staring at a hefty black bag sitting in the hall.
What's that?
It's Mads' camera equipment. I was just thinking that maybe we should shoot a video before we leave.
Are you gonna catch Maddie on video? Oh, that would be interesting, actually. If they could see her by catching her on film. Like, through the camera. And that's how they can communicate with her.
Like, film an episode?
Oh, film a porn shoot, Morgan.
Not quite. More like a summary of what's happened, for reference. Kinda like a black box in a plane. That way there'll be a record. Something that could help anyone else who decides to look into this.
Okay, that's a lot darker.
A dead drop.
She flinches at the term. It's probably a bit too morbid for her. Like, yeah, like, black box is a lot less morbid than dead drop. Or do we want to make it like your Blair Witch Project? Still pretty morbid.
It's worth a shot. I can help you film it.
Are you sure? That's a professional quality camera. Even I don't know how half the shit it does works. That's Maddie's domain.
I'm sure I can figure something out. It can't be too hard to get the basics down.
But now it's the Eisenfeld Witch Project. I grab the bag and sling it over my shoulder, then grab the tripod with my other hand. Don't call Maddie that.
All right, let's get to work.
Are we going to somebody else, or no? We're not.
Okay, so, wait, let me...
Sorry, not Matt. Did I just say Maddie? I meant Tar... It's confirmed. Maddie's got like a 14-inch strap underneath that coat.
Hang on, I think I've got it.
No, that's just going to access the archive. We need to get the focus right for the main shoot.
Things aren't going well. Neither of us can figure out how to work the camera. My only contribution has been getting it on the tripod. Most of the terms Tara's using fly over my head. She claims that Maddie's the one who knows all about how to make it work. But even her limited understanding is worlds away from mine.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more.
Don't sweat it, you're doing fine.
Lie.
Maddie never taught me much. She, makes the videos. I just do the talking.
Her voice is quiet. Maybe this was a bad idea. All it seems to be doing is making her miss Maddie even more. I was like, Miss Maddie? Why are you calling her that? But yeah. And I'm sure as hell not good enough to replace her. Oh, don't say that, Morgan. Number one, you're not replacing Maddie. They were never in a relationship. It's not, you're not stealing her position, right? So, you're not replacing her. You're just, in fact, you're taking an unfilled position, if anything. But yeah, Morgan, you're not replacing her. At least I finally managed to get the camera to a point where it's actually filming.
Oh shit, you got it!
She's humoring me. The picture isn't even close to being in focus, and I somehow managed to make the colors even more washed out than this place already is. It doesn't look anything like her most recent videos.
I can do better. There are still settings I haven't tried.
Tara claps me on the back. A bit too hard. She's so obvious.
Don't worry about it. This stuff is confusing. Maybe the blur will make it look more mysterious or something.
I mean, maybe if you want to, again, film the Eisenfeld Witch Project.
Sure.
She leans against a tree in front of the camera. On her signal, I hit what I hope is record. I give her a slight nod and she's off.
Hello, everybody! Welcome to a very special, not quite an episode of Paranormal. We've had a lot of crazy shit go down in the past couple weeks, so Morgan and I are putting this together to make sure we don't miss anything.
Look at the O's here. Man, I love that. It was also in Highway Blossoms. They played with the text size, which is one of those things that's like, it's unique to a visual novel. I was gonna say unique to writing, but because you can do it in poetry too. You can't really do it so much in novels, but it could happen. But in visual novels, you have a lot of agency to play with the text size as a tool to help you tell your story. So like you see when Lena talks in Please Be Happy, she has really small text and she reads like an entire paragraph.
Who's Morgan, you ask? She's our inside woman, as
Your
they
insider,
say.
at least.
We wouldn't have found any of the stuff I'm about to tell you about if not for her, and she's been a hell of an assistant, too. Mads would be manning the camera right now, but, she's not here right now. It's complicated.
I like how Tara's kind of jumping around, like, different cuts of a YouTube video. Very sporadic. Her voice dips for a moment before launching back into her profession areas.
So, where to begin? Well, I suppose I should start with a little story about a spirit, also known as the only time I've had fun in church.
Nice. Good job. Nice pun. She launches into her story without having to take a single moment to think about it. I feel like I'm watching her transform in front of me. Her uncertainty is gone. Her anxiety is gone. That melancholy she's had inside her since Maddie disappeared is gone. It's like she's glowing. Vina, please. Look, man, I'm gonna take a sip of coffee while the ad plays here. Don't mind me. Look, you know that I can't let go of an opportunity. Also, like, I don't have a YouTuber voice, do I? I don't think I've done this long enough to have a YouTuber voice. Do I have a YouTuber voice? Because she does. I mean, okay. I haven't done this long consistently. But back when I did Minecraft videos, I did have over like 150 videos at the time. So I haven't been doing this that long, but I have been content creating a little bit. Define YouTube voice. YouTube voice is like, it's like essentially a fake voice that is more energetic than usual, that is not how you would perform. It's a performance. It is not how you would act in front of other people that you're close to necessarily. YouTube voice is just a performance, a performative version of yourself. Comparing your voice to, I could go back and compare your videos. I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of it though, but like, I think there's a difference between like, sit down, I'm going to concisely give you a guide, like, hello and welcome to my guide on M1S Savage. Before you begin, please make sure to split into 2 light parties centered around each healer, and make sure to assign clock spots to every member of the raid. See, but that's not like YouTuber voice though. That is like, I'm going to explain to you a subject kind of voice, right? I'm going to explain it to you calmly. I think a YouTuber voice is like, hey, what's going on everybody? This is, I don't know, this is Vina here, you know, that kind of thing. I don't do that kind of thing. I don't have enough energy to do that. I'm too old for it. Just kidding. I'm like the same age as a lot of YouTubers out there. I'm too jaded and low energy for it, you know? If you come here expecting me to be something bombastic, no. You know why I'm a cat? You know why I have these ears? You want to know how I got these ears? It's because I like to laze around all day, just like a cat. That's my style of living, you know. But yeah, I think there's a difference between guide voice, because I can give you a guide voice all day long, and then there's a difference between that and like YouTube voice. And I just hope that I don't have a YouTube voice. I don't think I do. Like, I don't think this is too far removed from how I speak when I'm just like in person with people. Well, I speak less when I'm with you. You know, when I'm in Discord, I'm okay with being quiet for a while and listening. Can't really do that here because there ain't nobody talking, you know? But, I think that, if anything, sometimes when I stream, I'm like holding myself back unconsciously. You know? Anyway, back to the... Now that the ad is over, let's go back to this. I wish I could tell her how wonderful it is to see, but I know I'd never be able to say something like that.
Anyway, that's pretty much all we have right now. Hopefully Mads will be back soon.
I hear her voice shake for a fraction of a second. She corrects it instantly, but I know I heard it.
I'm not gonna lie, there's some bad shit out here. Maddie got caught up in it somehow, but it's nothing that's gonna last. Am I in danger too? Sure, but that's nothing new for me. You're talking to a girl who nearly got eaten by a bear because park rangers suck at their jobs.
Excuse me? I don't think that's because the park rangers are bad, Tara.
I'm just making this so we don't have as much to go over when we find her. The dry air out here is killer on my throat, so I could use the help.
She coughs loudly. I'm not sure if it's real or just for emphasis.
And Evelyn, if you find this, know that we're gonna make you pay for what you did.
Her voice breaks. This time it's unmistakable. Maybe this is a bad idea. She takes a minute before she starts talking again. Her voice is shaky, her face a strange expression I've never seen before.
I'll do whatever I have to do, you know? If you're watching, I want you to know that. Can you just give me my friend back? Can you just do that now? I'll do anything, I swear. I don't care if we don't find any more evidence. I don't need anything else from this trip.
Damn.
I just want Maddie back.
I can't just watch this anymore. I leave the camera and run to her side. I throw my arms around her, and I feel her body sink into mine.
I'm sorry, Tara. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, it's finally hitting her, right? That Maddie might be fucking dead, and she might be alone. Feels like she hasn't really had a chance to process that since we got into this chapter, really. So what was I gonna say about... I had another thought about Tara's... about the YouTube voice thing. I don't remember what I was gonna say. But I do want to get better at it, because as it is, I don't consider myself performative enough. Like, I don't feel like my performance is good enough sometimes, but like, I don't know. I just try to chill out here, man. I'm just here playing Yuri games and saying some dumbass shit. That's my whole life. I wrap my arms tighter as I feel her legs give out. It's all I can do to keep her upright as she starts to sob into my shoulder. Unease settles in my chest. Never had to do anything like this before. But I have to try. I have to do something. Ooh! We have a choice! Yo, what are we gonna say? This is the first choice that we've had all game. So, letting her mourn means that if there is a decision to make earlier, maybe Tara would be more okay with, or more accepting of Maddie's death. Keep her strong is like, she will continue to act in defiance to Maddie's death. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, you're suggesting what I'm saying here is that if I let her mourn, there might... Yeah, Maddie might stay a ghost. If I have to keep her strong, she might do whatever she has to resurrect Maddie. Now, both of you said keep her strong, and so I'm leaning that direction too, but I'm just, channel or inner 14. I mean, the inner 14 would be that neither of these two choices matter, and it's like keep hope alive. I agree with it. Let's go ahead and save. Let's just save here, just in case. I can't believe it's taken like 11 hours to get our first choice in this game. Look at this. So, do you want your eyes to be open or eyes to be closed? We're gonna have our eyes open. I hold her up as best I can. I can't just let her give in.
Tara, listen.
She wipes away some of her tears. More keep coming.
Yeah?
Jesus, that was... that was like an anti-ASMR sound. Oh my god. It's like when people are like blowing their nose on Discord, or like eating sloppily on Discord. I'm calling some people out right now, alright? You know, when certain people leave their mic open and make disturbing sounds into the Discord call, called out. That's what it just did to me right there. Jeez. That's the sound you're gonna make it to my... Ugh. You're gonna do anti-ASMR into my neck? Damn, you're a freak. That's okay, we like freaks around here. We like them freaky around here.
We have to keep fighting. Whatever happened to Maddie?
Don't worry, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Don't worry about it.
We'll make Evelyn pay for it. I promise.
Damn. Beat the shit out of that bitch. She nods weakly.
Yeah, of course.
We'll do it for Maddie.
Her sniffles she sniffles some more. Oh my god, I can't. I just said her sniffles come more. She sniffles some more, trying to force the tears back in. I can't help feeling guilty for encouraging her to stuff everything back down inside her. Yeah, but you encouraged her to stuff things inside you, so I guess that's even. But it won't be that way forever. Keeping so much pain inside you can break you in ways that are impossible to fix. Okay, now we're getting too real. I won't let her be like me.
You and I are going to make it happen. Together.
I worry that my words are making her angry. I don't want it to seem like I don't care about Maddie. But they seem to be helping. She's finally able to stand on her own.
You're right. We got this. We'll make her pay.
She pulls away, her body still shaking.
It's the only way to make this right.
I'm just ruining the emotional moments in this game right now, man.
That's the spirit.
There's gotta be someone watching right now who's just pissed that I am like making and cracking jokes of this. But it's to keep us from being sad. I mean, if I was playing this on my own, I would probably be very sad right here. I'll say that much. And I am hurt on the inside. It's not like I'm not feeling anything from this, right? But you also know that when a hard moment hits, you're gonna have me fucking bawling like I was during the Juliet ending of Please Be Happy. Like, the credits started rolling in the Juliet ending, and I just like started like weeping into a little napkin somewhere. So don't worry, it'll hit me. I make my way back over to the camera to start packing it up. I glance over at Tara while I do so. She seems to be doing better. Sometimes pushing everything back inside helps. For a moment, anyway. That is the first step to curing a hernia, at least. We just need to stay focused on a goal. We don't talk on the ride back. Tara doesn't even fidget. It isn't until we stopped in the village that she speaks.
I hope you don't think I'm mad at you for bringing us out here.
Yeah, choosing between Aspen and Juliet was brutal. Especially on the Juliet ending. Was brutal, man. That was terrible. Josh Kaplan is like, you know, Josh Kaplan is a Tonberry, man. He just started knifing me over and over. Everybody's grudge. Twists the fucking knife. I hope you don't mind. Oh, whoops. I don't think I'm mad at you for bringing us out here.
You aren't?
Nah, I know you just wanted to make something good happen for all of us. Things just didn't work out that way is all.
It's probably the first time Josh Kaplan ever got compared to a Tonberry.
Besides,
Her voice trails off into mumbles. After a moment, she takes a deep breath and restarts.
Coming here meant I got to meet you. I'm sure as hell not complaining about that.
I'm sure you've met plenty of fans in person.
Yeah, but you're not just a fan. Not to me. You're a lot more than that.
What are you saying?
She suddenly looks away from me. I think she's trying to hide the fact that she's blushing poorly.
I don't know, just I haven't ever really met anyone like you before is all.
You're burning up, Tara. For a moment, strange thoughts fill my head. I wanted to say more than that. I don't know what I want it to be. I just want more. But I know better than to ask for that. Look, sometimes, Maddie, once you hear it, you don't want to, like, unhear it. I think it's a pretty common thing for people who are romantic with one another just to be like, I want you to say it. Over and over kind of thing.
If it helps, I haven't met anyone like you before either.
Well, I could have told you that one. I am one of a kind, you know.
It's just some, like, deep level of satisfaction and giddiness and, like, joy.
No argument there.
I'm having a hard time looking at her. I don't know why. This is a new feeling. I pushed it away and reached for the carriage door instead. There's a weird air in the carriage
Let's get
now.
inside. We still gotta figure out how much of your stuff we can fit in my closet.
I mean, I could just leave some of my clothes on the floor. That's what I do at home.
Not happening. I like being able to see my floor.
You're a slut for affirmations. Yeah, me too.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
I can't help laughing. She laughs too. She's going to be okay. I know she will. And I'm going to make sure she stays that way. We're going to Maddie. Oh, okay. By now I've all but given up on being able to see Tara again. But I can't abandon the idea without at least trying to get through to her. She deserves to know that I'm okay. Or at least as okay as I can be, given the circumstances. At first, Abigail was hesitant about interacting with other people. I don't blame her. After 2 centuries of solitude, talking to 3 complete strangers within the course of a few days would be a pretty jarring shift. Despite that, she understands how important this is to me. But I wonder if Abigail has a volleyball out there somewhere with a face on it. She also warned me that we can't venture too far into the village itself. The magic of the forest only extends so far, and there's no telling what would happen to us if we went past it. The border of magic isn't clear-cut, so she made me promise to stay close to her. Just in case. I really am lucky to have someone as accommodating as her with me. Even if we fail, it means a lot that she's willing to try. I too fill her in. Wait. I think that's a TOO and not a TO. I too fill her in on what to expect from Tara and Morgan's personalities, doing my best to be as charitable as I can with telling her how likely Tara is to completely flip out when she sees a ghost. Once she's fully prepared, we make our way to the cabin. I mean, my suggestion would be have Abigail's, like, intimate use the camera somehow. Then, with the camera, Maddie can maybe interact somehow. Although, I mean, I just had to get food from them. I just, I imagine that just seeing Maddie in the camera would probably be enough to tell them exactly what the problem is. It's empty. There's not a trace that anyone has been here in days. All of Tara's things are gone. There's an instant relief. It seems like a planned exit.
Did you find something, Madison?
I can't help flinching as Abigail floats through the wall next to me. Incorporeality is one of those things I haven't been able to get used to.
I think so. It seems like the 2 of them went back to the village.
I haven't even entertained the idea that she went home early or anything like that. It's not in her nature.
Do you think so? That sounds like it would be dangerous. Why would they put themselves in danger like that?
The closer you are to danger, the further you are from home.
I have no idea. Hopefully we can ask them ourselves.
Abigail starts to back away, looking down at the ground. There are scenes you put in because you need for a story, and then there's some to give chronic depression. I mean, I wouldn't say the scenes involved in giving me chronic depression are not necessary for the story's development. Because I think they are. Everything that they've put in is pretty central to the conflict for the most part. And this is, we're talking a little bit about Please Be Happy here. In the Please Be Happy Juliet playthrough, we need to have that conflict with Juliet versus herself to really understand her. And that conflict is like, it's deep, it's complicated, and it has some serious implications. So I wouldn't say that any of those scenes are just there to give you chronic depression. I'd say that they propel the plot forward. I can't think of a scene that's there just to give me pain. I really can't think of one. When I think about the Aspen playthrough, at first I thought the bus part was just there as like a tool to bring me pain. When I went through the Juliet playthrough, I understood why that has to be there. So I think that they're pretty conservative with what scenes they show. And that's part of editing your writing, is understanding that, like, how to chop down your work into something concise that where every scene has some amount of importance. And so I feel like they do a good job of that. And then here, I don't feel like anything here has been a useless scene. I think that every scene that we've had thus far has done something to propel the plot forward, specifically something to propel the conflict forward. Like the scene with the trees last stream, it involves Maddie's current conflict of, like, Maddie versus herself, you know, the man versus self, in terms of making her more unsure of whether or not she should stay a ghost or not. And it also propels forward the man versus man conflict of her versus Tara and her versus Evelyn, because it increases her hatred of Evelyn, because the more confused and hopeless she becomes, the more she hates Evelyn. It increases her, like, the amount of conflict with Tara, because now she can't get through to Tara. Now she can't even communicate these problems if she wanted to. And there's some amount of guilt. So, like, yeah, everything they've had so far pushes all the conflicts in the story along in some way. You know, the breakfast scene that we just had, for example, it doesn't much push the conflict along as it does help resolve some of that conflict and change it. It's morphing the conflict from, like, Morgan and Tara having this one-sided relationship to now Morgan, like, denying her own feelings of this two-sided relationship. So yeah, there's been nothing here that is just to give me pain, which is good. I mean, not only when you're making a video game, you have to be very choosy with what you show, because you only have so much budget. You have to be very deliberate with what you show the player. But also when you're writing a novel, you have to make sure to cut out the fluff, or as much fluff as is necessary, or else the reader is going to stop reading. Abigail starts to back away, looking down at the ground.
Madison, of course I'll do my best to help you, but I feel like it would be remiss of me if I didn't warn you to not get your hopes up. It took me years to be able to manifest myself. The chances of you being able to communicate with him so soon are low.
That's okay. I didn't have much hope to begin with.
Abigail, they try to give her a little bit more high language when she speaks, as if she would be from the 1800s, but I wonder if in one version of the story, or like, one version of editing, she had higher language that sounded a bit more like from her time period, but they cut it because it got in the way too much. It's like the opposite problem of 14, where 14 is willing to do it to the extreme. And I feel like they cut it out here because it was probably cumbersome to the reader. I don't like being this dour about things, but I don't see how else I'm supposed to feel. She looks stricken by my words, and I hastily try to gloss it over.
I mean, hey, you never know. If you can do it, maybe I can come along with you. The two of us together are bound to be able to accomplish more than we could on our own.
Together.
Let's take a drink of coffee, that's why my neck broke on my character. She looks down, grabbing handfuls of her gown. She agreed to come with me before, but it seems like she's having second thoughts.
What's wrong?
It's just that accompanying you would mean returning to Eisenfeld again. I haven't returned since, well...
Oh no, I never even thought to ask about that. I've tried to avoid talking about her death as much as possible. Strange as it sounds, it feels like it would be rude in a way, invasive. But I should have at least checked with her before suggesting we made our way there.
I'm sorry, Abigail. I didn't mean to...
To my surprise, she hurries back towards me and nearly bumps her head against mine as she closes the gap between us.
You don't have to apologize, Madison. I agreed to help you, and I'm going to honor that commitment.
Them wide eyes. Me when I see a cute girl.
Besides, maybe it could be good for me. I can't avoid going back there forever. And having you there will make the burden of memory much easier to bear.
Her conviction combined with her invasion of my personal space makes my face flush red. And for a moment it looks like she's worried she upset me. I give her the best smile I can manage. After years of making Tara normal, I'd hoped maybe a bit of Tara's charm and social skills could have rubbed off on me. They haven't.
If you say so. As long as you don't feel like I'm forcing you or anything.
Not at all. You've been nothing but kind to me, Madison. I want to repay that kindness.
If anything, I still feel like I'm indebted to her for saving my life. But I know she wouldn't see it that way. I've done my best to be polite, but I haven't exactly made any grand gestures of thanks to her.
Thank you, Abigail. Really.
Of course. Now then, shall we?
Lead the way.
Every time Tara and I visited Eisenfeld, we were stared at everywhere we went. Now seeing everyone walk by Abigail and me without so much as a glance is surreal. Abigail gazes at the buildings as we pass by, occasionally pointing out one she remembers from her time. Her voice is a strange mix of excitement and melancholy. I'm not sure if I should encourage her mood or try to comfort her. Melincitement. As we enter the town square, we start to encounter larger groups of people. Each time one passes by, Abigail grabs onto my arm and moves closer to me. Is she scared of crowds? Or is it something about the villagers themselves that has her shaking? I'm tempted to ask her, but I think better of it. For all I know, this fear could be connected to the way she died. My mind runs wild with possibilities. Maybe she was burned as a witch or cast out of the village. This definitely isn't helping. I need to focus. Thankfully, it's not too long before we reach Morgan's house. I just hope they're here. And more importantly, I hope we can reach them.
Are you ready, Abigail?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Look at the ads. We'll open up a new bottle of water right here while the ads are running. We phase through the wall and into the kitchen. And there they are. Tara and Morgan sharing breakfast, close enough to touch. I'd give nearly anything to be able to hug them right now. My feelings are a mixture of guilt and elation and worry. But more than anything, I'm glad she's okay, with her and Morgan. I need to talk to Tara. There's so much I need to say now.
Can you hear me?
Morgan, this is delicious. How the hell do you know how to make all this stuff?
Apparently she can't. She doesn't even look in my direction. This is like a fucking scene towards the end of Valhalla.
Most of it I picked up from older folks in the village. The rest I pieced together from random cooking videos.
When all this is said and done, remind me to give those channels a shout out on an episode, because this rules.
Moderators, can we get a shout out to Vincenzo's plate? I try waving my hands in front of her faces, hoping that maybe movement will convey that my voice really clearly can't. Once again, no reaction. Morgan leans towards Tara, passing right through my hand.
Maybe you'll learn enough while you're here to make a few cooking videos yourself.
Oh, she's so sad. That face.
Are you asking because you actually think that'd be good, or do you just want to see another video where I almost burned my house down?
Morgan shrugs and gives Tara a small smirk. Then Tara chuckles in response. I feel another surge of sadness. I knew I shouldn't have expected this to work right away, but I'm still crestfallen. Having them this close hurts in a ways that I couldn't have imagined. All this time I spent feeling ignored while I was alive seemed so trivial compared to this.
So what's the plan for today? Got anywhere in town we might be able to hit up for local lore?
Most of the official records of town history are sealed up in Evelyn's office, so those are off the table. But we might have some luck checking out older buildings around town. She's done a good job of cleaning up evidence of what Eisenfeld used to be, but maybe you'll notice something I didn't.
Yeah, juxtapose, just like I said in the scenes towards the end of Valhalla, when they juxtapose over what's her face.
Sure, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Her voice barely contains a trace of the fire I'm so used to. I have to hope that at least the remaining trace is sign she'll regain that fire someday. At least she's not alone. Morgan reaches out and puts her hand on Tara's shoulder, squeezing gently. When she speaks, her words are soft and strained.
Are you going to be okay?
What do you mean?
After yesterday, if you need some time to rest, nobody's going to blame you.
Tara looks down for a moment, but when she looks up again, her eyes hold that same fire I saw so often back at home.
I'm good. The sooner we get some clues, the sooner we can end this shit for good.
Are you sure?
100%. We got this.
I feel that urge to hug her again, even stronger than I did before. I don't have a shred of evidence to suggest I'm anything other than dead and gone, but she hasn't given up. I still don't feel any kind of power within me that I could use to manifest myself. Abigail's my only hope. I turn to her, trying to keep my voice leveled despite my desperation.
Abigail, do you think you can manifest? Even if I can't reach them, maybe you can.
Abigail nods, but she's frowning. My heart wasn't exactly soaring, but I can feel it sink even further. Yeah, because it's not something Abigail wants to do.
I'll try, but whatever power I had that allowed me to appear to you has felt much weaker since I used it to save you.
Abigail closes her eyes and starts to lift higher off the ground. As I watch, I feel a strange feeling in the air around me. As if it's bending around her. Oh my god, look at this filter. Being pulled aside so she can step through the border between our worlds. For a minute, it seems like it's actually working. She's channeling the gay. Trying to figure out what exactly I'm going to say when I feel the energy in the air start to fade. Abigail seems to be struggling, furrowing her brow as she sways in the air. Give her a hug! Give her a slap on the ass! Her face scrunches and guilt stabs me like a knife. Is she in pain?
Abigail, stop. It's okay.
Maybe if I just try a little harder.
I reach out and gently take her hand, lowering her to the ground. She opens her eyes, breathing hard. As much as I want to see Tara, it's not worth making her feel like this. Are there other ways that they could maybe affect the physical world? Like, you know, we always talk about ghosts that affect electronics, that affect, like like things falling down, or sometimes they can even like cause damage to something. They could work with temperature. So maybe there's another way? Question mark. Can you Morse code with the Morse code with the coffee thing over there? The coffee maker? Knocking. Oh, don't remind me of that, man. Okay, so I don't know if you were there in Beezy's stream during Mortician's Assistant, but somebody played the knocking sound bit that you like buy for bits, right? And I fucking jumped because I heard the knocking and I thought it was coming from like the window beside me, the window to my right somewhere, and I was like, fuck. But then I remember there's an air conditioner in there. You jumped out, yeah. I hate that shit. I wonder how I get it on my channel. So then you guys can make me freak out. I reach out and gently take her hand, lowering her to the ground. She opens her eyes, breathing hard. As much as I want to see Tara, it's not worth making her feel like this.
It's okay. I promise. We can try again some other time.
Abigail gives me a faint nod and stares down at her feet. Her hands ball into fists as her shoulders rise and fall.
I'm so sorry, Madison. I don't understand why this is happening.
Me every day of my
There aren't
life.
any rule books for this sort of thing. I don't blame you for not knowing about things most people think are impossible to begin with.
The disappointment I'm feeling takes a backseat to concern Abigail's well-being. To concern for Abigail's well-being. I've already put her through a lot by making her come here in the first place.
We knew beforehand that this was a long shot. I'm just happy I got to see them again.
Are you sure?
I'm not. But I know that if I tell her that she'll want to try again, it's better this way.
I'm sure. You've done more than enough by coming with me.
I look back to Tara and Morgan, taking what I praise at my final glance at them. Come on, swat some, just bat something, put your hand inside the toaster or something, you can try something. To my surprise, Tara's leaning against Morgan's shoulder while Morgan's arm is wrapped around her back in a loose hug.
Thank you. As messed up as all this is, I'm glad that you're the one helping me get through it.
Tara's voice is soft and it carries a vulnerability I don't think I've ever heard from her before.
Same here. We make a good team.
Tara raised her head to look at Morgan. Oh. Now this is torture for Maddie. Now it's making her look like she was replaced. Their faces inches apart.
We should have a team name, like the Dream Team or something.
We'll work on it.
I already had a feeling that the two of them had something going on before all this happened. I'm not surprised, if I'm being honest. Stuff like this has happened before with her, but it's always a one-night stand or some kind of quick fling. Never the kind of thing that would merit real vulnerability. But again, she's never been in a situation like this before. Maybe losing me brought out a part of her I never knew she had. As if for response to my thoughts, Morgan leans forward and kisses Tara. There's like a weird overlay now. It's a lot more than a simple peck on the lips, something deeper. So deep, in fact, that I have to turn away. It seems wrong to spy on something that's intimate. Next to me, Abigail is also turned away. Her face is a bright crimson, her hands are close to her chest. That day, Abigail learned she was not only a ghost, she was a voyeuristic ghost. I didn't stop to consider that this might be the first act of intimacy she's seen in 2 centuries. For all I know, this could be the first time she's ever seen 2 women kiss.
You okay?
I feel like I know what's going on in Abigail's head right now. She's like, I didn't even know that was an option. 2 women making out. She looks at me, slightly alarmed.
Yes. I'm okay. I just wasn't prepared for something like that.
Trust me, I wasn't either.
Look at her. Abigail paused for a moment, closing her eyes and taking a calming breath.
It is nice though, isn't it? A love like that can give someone incredible strength.
200 years ago, it's the kind of thing that you just don't do socially. Yeah. But I mean, you don't hear about women a lot, but you hear a lot about men, especially in nobility, who have like other men as lovers, but not as their primary marriage partner, right? Damn, all the dudes got to have their harems, and not me. Unacceptable. Yeah, it wasn't gonna be a thing. Yes, I mean, you can go further back than that, yeah. But once again, it was kind of a thing where it's like, fucking someone of the same sex as you is for pleasure, and oftentimes, you'd still have a business, you know, a partner for business, not for pleasure, that, because you needed it, right? Because you either needed to have offspring, or it's a political move of some variety, you know, saying all that kind of stuff. It meant a lot more. The bonding of families meant a lot more, basically. And the ability for a couple to like reproduce and all that was very critical, especially when you don't know how many of your children might make it to actually be able to inherit the family. But yeah, that's just like how it was. But you can still see it all the time, and you mostly see it in the 1800s with like women who disguise themselves as men in order to have those like that's what you most commonly see. You'll see it like that with like pirates, with soldiers, with doctors, people going to college. It's crazy. But yeah, it was a one pirate. Why am I trying to show this IRL? The one pirate who used to have like one tit showing when she went out raiding. Do you know who I'm talking about? Anyway, back to this. I don't know why I showed it IRL too. It is nice. So a love like that can give incredible strength. Yeah, I saw that overlay. Love, strength.
Yeah, I'm happy for them.
I really am. Maybe this will help her cope better now that I'm gone.
But we should probably go. I feel really weird being here for this.
Of course. Maybe we can try this again another time.
Her words lack conviction, but she doesn't protest. I'll have to think of some ways to cheer her up once we get back to the church.
Hey, do you want to maybe...
The front door creaks open. All four of us freeze as we face the entrance. They did say the house was warded, right? So maybe Evelyn knows that 2 more people entered the house? Evelyn stalks in and slams the door behind her. She doesn't say anything, but neither do Tara and Morgan. Tara's shaking, and Morgan placed a protective arm in front of her as she glares at her mother. I shiver too, desperately wanting to look away, but feeling unable to. It's just Evelyn's room. Part of me screams to do something, anything, to get her away from Morgan and Tara. Yet there's a stronger part of me screaming, I need to leave. I need to get out of here. Because I feel just as frozen as the day I died. I feel Abigail on my arm pulling me backwards. She pulls my body through the connecting wall, and only when Evelyn is out of my vision can I breathe again. So Anne Bonnie, yeah, I was thinking of Anne Bonnie, thank you. Abigail presses against me, just as stunned as I am. I try to keep calm, telling myself that she doesn't even know we're here, that she can't hurt me anymore. Evelyn passed through the door and by the corner where Abigail and I are lurking. Then she stops. Slowly, her head turns to look where we are, where there's otherwise just empty space. She's so close that I can see her face contort in recognition and shock.
Madison!
I jerk my head towards Abigail to see that she's already started to head for the wall, waving for me to follow her. That's enough to snap me out of my trance. I run to her, casting a backwards glance at Evelyn to make sure she isn't following us. She doesn't move, but her eyes track us as we run. Right before I pass her the wall, her mouth opens.
How?
That was menacing. I don't stick around to find out what she says next. Abigail and I run as fast as we can, phasing through buildings and people with reckless abandon. After what we just saw, all the other fears feel inconsequential. I wonder if Evelyn thinks that she's not dead because she saw her, but also she faced through the wall, so I think it's pretty obvious she's dead, but like, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't understand the effect of, or like, what they're capable of. Yeah, dead but not good. Yeah. By the time we're back at the forest, it's clear that Evelyn has no interest in pursuing us, for now at least.
Madison, are you okay?
She puts her hand on my shoulder, pulling me closer with her. My head throbs painfully, and my breathing is shaky, but her touch grounds me.
I'm not sure, but I'm a lot better now that we have some distance between us and her.
I look backwards towards the village, half expecting her to come flying at us like some kind of demon. Like the Jersey Devil.
She saw us, Abigail. How is that possible?
But did they do an episode on the Jersey Devil? Now I want to see this. Abigail looks down at the ground, and I realize she's shaking as hard as I am.
I wish I knew. Madison, she said something to you before we left, didn't she?
Yeah. I didn't catch all of it, but I think I know what she was going to say. She looked shocked when she saw us. Confused, even. I think she didn't know about us being out here.
Abigail's voice is barely above a whisper when she speaks. Her face is drained of color.
But now she does.
The message is clear. As long as Evelyn is in Ivisonfeld, we can't be. I'm sorry, Tara. I'm sorry, Morgan. But it looks like you're on your own. And we're going to Abigail. Oh my god, we're going to Abigail, baby. I was like, what color is this? And then I was like, purple. The midday sun sits high in the sky, setting everything aglitter. The vibrant music of the forest, the pitter-patter of dripping snow, and the chitter-chatter of birds, and the accompanying breeze is especially loud today. They did it a fourth time already. A glitter, pitter-patter, chitter-chatter. Those are three, like, the, onomatopoeias, and using words like a glitter. Already setting a different tone. Remember that myth? Oh, you watched something about the Jersey Devil? I remember like watching something, it was like, oh, they have like a sound clip of the Jersey Devil. Did you see that? It was like back when I was like 15 or something, and like my best friend and I were really into like looking up conspiracies. Like he loved conspiracies and myths and shit. So like, you know, of course there's like the what's the message they call the satellite? There's like that. It's the Avogadro message. Avogadro is the number. There's like the Zodiac Killer. There's like all sorts of things. There's the Jersey Devil. Actually, there's a very famous UFO sighting where I might as well, since I accidentally hit escape, I might as well save. There's a very famous UFO story that comes from my state about, I believe it was Betty and Barney Hill. So we knew about that one. It's like ghost sightings and shit like that. You think so? Yeah, you heard the like supposed sound clip of the Jersey Devil? So, he loved to study that shit. And there was like a website that he used to go to that like was kind of like a wiki for conspiracies, essentially. Oh my god. There was also like Cicada 451 or something like that. Uh, there's a bunch of weird things. But yeah, there was one, like 1 or 2 weeks that the Jersey Devil was a big deal to us. It's like when you first learn that Yosemite might explode one day, and then it becomes a really scary deal to you for about a week. And then like the shit like Nostradamus's prophecy and stuff like that, and 2012. Of course, 2012 is over now. But at the time, oh, you know about the cicada thing? So at the time, of course, a lot of people believed in December 21st, 2012 being a day of like the apocalypse, essentially. And that didn't exactly pan out. But yeah, you heard about the cicada thing? There's also like the deep web that he like was really into. Oh, I found a documentary in Lost Tape. He was really into the deep web and learning about stuff that was on the deep web. And nowadays, I'm like, I would tell him like, don't even fucking look at them. Like, you're going to be investigated if you even try to access the browser to get into that, man. Like, don't look at that shit. But at the time he thought it was super interesting. I'm kind of curious if he ever actually tried to go on it or not. Because we knew about there's like a Tor or something browser. I don't know if it's called that or not, and that's what you can use to access it. But I've never actually seen it, and I am too afraid to look. But I know that when we were kids, we thought the deep web was just like really hard to find shit that you can get on Google. And so, you know, if you're 10 pages into Google, that's what we thought was the deep web. And then we learned. Or Onion. Okay. I never tried those things. And I don't want to. Because I feel like I would have an FBI agent. I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out how you get on there. There's a lot of articles about it that just tell you this exists. You know? So somehow Abigail brought us to the deep web today. The events of yesterday are a forgotten nightmare, and so today must be a dream come true. Madison stands with her back to me and to the church, facing the forest. Her head is tilted back ever so slightly. For the first time, she looks truly at peace. For the briefest moment, she's framed by sunlight. Then, perhaps sensing me watching, she turns around and smiles at me, and I can't help but smile back. This is the exact thing that we talked about when they're talking about attraction. We had this conversation last time, how Madison's attraction to Abigail comes out when she's moving about the forest in her special ways. Abigail's attraction for Maddie comes out now when she's framed by the sunlight, the way that she looks peaceful and whatnot when she's resting. You know, not just like damn girl nice titties, but like the very poetic and meaningful parts of attraction. Without a doubt, the past several days have been the happiest of my extraordinarily long existence.
Good morning. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I did. It's getting a bit easier.
That's wonderful.
I know that that isn't true, as she tossed and turned and sighed until early in the morning. Here, put a reminder in chat for me to talk about the Batman story, and then we'll get back to this. I know, but I understand. Whatever it takes for her to feel more comfortable, more at home. I wish that I knew how to help. For me, sleep was the last thing on my mind after I passed. I explored endlessly, backtracking over and over again till I knew every step of the woods. I made the most of my situation as best as I could, or rather well, if I do say so myself.
What would you like to do today?
Let's go back to that forest clearing. The one where the fairies live? I'd like to see it again.
My soul sang. Oh my god, look at the overlay! My soul sings that out of everywhere we've been, that would be the place she wants to return. I rush to her side, drawn to her presence like a magnet. Simply being near to her makes me happy. Part of my mind screams at me that I don't deserve it. Oh yeah. Listen to this groove. Did it say what the music was? Hold on, I need to figure out what this song is. Snowy Days. This is nice. This is Please Be Happy. The same way that she doesn't deserve to be so miserable. Still, I put on my brightest smile as I touch her arm.
That sounds perfect. I'd like nothing better. Shall we go now?
Yeah, sure.
Oh my god, in the soprano chorus. Now that's Uematsu-esque right there. As is tradition, I lead the way out of the church and towards the forest. The trees and branches part invitingly, familiar and old. I ask the forest to take us to the clearing, and I can feel it ripple in response. Not physically, but in my heart. I know that the forest has listened. It's difficult to explain. So much of this existence has become habit and routine for me, but I keep taking for granted the difficulties Madison must be going through. The emotional turmoil, coupled with the way her own understanding of the universe itself keeps changing. I feel another pain in my heart at that. A stab of guilt once more for enjoying her presence. Madison accompanies me unhesitatingly, her steps more confident than they used to be. We walk side by side. I relish the closeness. I wonder if it even crosses her mind. When we reach the clearing, Madison sighs contentedly, relaxed and easy. A tranquil expression settles on her face. Like a masterpiece of art, I'd spend the whole day appreciating that look if I could. You're fucking head over fucking heels, Abigail. Whether you recognize it or not. The grove's serenity is contagious. I also feel a little more at peace here. We head for the shore of the pond, as still and glassy as ever.
I really love it here. It's so calm.
I nod. Of course we've discussed it before, but I don't mind. I could listen to her talk about anything for any amount of time. Every word you say is gay. I hope you know that. I'm gonna take a quick drink of water here because I'm getting thirsty. Also the little clip-clop thing, I don't remember what that instrument's called, the clip-clop thing in the background.
It actually reminds me of somewhere back at home. There's a little lake near where Tara and I live. Sometimes I like to go and sit down there to think. There are a ton of geese and ducks around too. Sometimes they won't leave you alone, so you just have to ignore them.
Just fans of. Welcome on in. Oh, I'm trying to send the heart. Trying to avoid heartbreak. Welcome on in, just fans of. Thank you so much for the raid, my guy. How you doing? Did you guys finish Valhalla today? I know you're working on that earlier, and I think I saw you go live for a second, but I was about to stream, so. But I hope you enjoyed Valhalla. It's so awesome, man. And I haven't even seen all the endings yet, so I want to go back and get through that. But how you guys doing? So this is Heart of the Woods. It's a more Yuri visual novel, and we're pretty late in this right now. We're like, I'd say 2/3, 3/4 of the way through. Atlas Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Also welcome on in, Noella, I see you there. I hope the two of you are doing well. We're like 3/4 of the way through this probably, I'd guess. So, oh, you're doing well. Still working through Valhalla. You think you're near the end now. Awesome. I hope that you can make rent. That's all I'll say. Because I was in a frantic panic to try to meet rent by the end of the game. I bought a little bit too much stuff. I think when I tuned in, actually, you were working on the Julianne game, was it? Oh, trying to paint small frogs. That's beautiful, and I hope this music is nice and calming and serene. You just made rent. You beat the Julianne game? Very nice. I was watching somebody else play the Julianne game, and she was like, alright, I'm gonna beat this tonight if it's the last thing I do. And I think she was still streaming an hour later after I left, and she was still working on the Julianne game. That shit is hard. Like, she was up till like 4 AM trying to beat that shit. But yeah, we're about 3/4 of the way through this. Major spoilers. The main character died, but now she's a ghost, and she's met up with this ghost, Abigail, right here. It's from the 1800s, and Abigail's showing her around and shit. They're trying to solve a mystery, and they need to interact right now with the two living members of the party, I can say. And they need to figure out a way that they can interact with her. And they're trying to essentially beat a hag before the hag kills somebody. So that's where we're at right now. But holy shit, this ghost is down bad for the main character. And I support it. It's amazing. You've had a dream like this plot? Oh god, it's incredible, man. It's incredible. The beginning of this game, you think it's gonna be like all but the eldritch horror in the woods out here? No. It's just about fucking ghosts, man. Well, they haven't fucked the ghost yet, but you know, it might happen, might not happen, who knows. But it's all about my ghosts, I should say. So what'd she say? That there are a ton of geese and ducks around too. Sometimes they won't leave you alone, so I just have to ignore them. I envision a flock of birds surrounding Madison, all clacking and vying for her attention.
Maybe they want you to sing to them too.
Madison laughs, sweet and subtle. It's the most beautiful sound in the world. Oh my god. See, that's just what I'm saying here, man. She's so down bad. Whether she knows it or not.
Nah, they just want food. It's really popular to go down and feed them. Moms do it with their kids a lot. But then the birds get so used to it that they think every human has frozen peas for them.
They must be disappointed quite often then.
Yeah.
She trails off, looking wistful. I'm sure that she's thinking of home. I tried to ask her much about her life before I met her because I know that the memories hurt. By the way, we are from the first ghost's point of view. not the main character right now. You see this in the bottom right there? So the color of this indicates who is the current narrator. And so purple is Abigail here, and the main character is her. Surprise, surprise, though, Madison clears her throat and continues talking.
I wish that you could see it someday. My home, I mean, in America. I think you'd like it there.
I'm sure that I would. I'd love to see any place that you care so much about. All of the buildings and the lights.
I try to envision what it might be like, but it's futile. There's so much that I don't know, so many things that I haven't seen. Trying to imagine it is like trying to imagine a color that I've never seen before. No matter what she says, it's impossible to visualize. Even the memories I have of the few times I left Eisenfeld have long since faded. To me, the only world that exists now is the forest.
I keep thinking, in your time, what would I have been like? Would I be the same person if I never fell in love with films?
Films?
Oh, it's...
Oh, right.
It's like a play that you can watch anytime. They're really compelling.
A play that you can watch on demand.
I see.
Madison moves her arms a little, looking like she wants to say more, but eventually she just SMHs her head. Oh, this is the song right here that I mentioned earlier that sounds like dun 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 dun. It's in Final Fantasy XIV. She smiles a bit sadly.
There are so many things like that. Films or events in history that are so normal to me, but that I keep forgetting you don't know about. So if I ever say anything that makes no sense at all, I can try to explain.
There are a lot of things I've wondered about, it's true. For instance, sometimes I'll see great noisy machines up in the sky. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Unfortunately, Abigail, I live like half a mile away from an airport, so yes, I do. Madison giggles again, but I don't know why.
Yeah, those are called airplanes. They're kind of like giant carriages that carry people around. That's how we got from America to here.
What? Don't tease me like that. There's no way something like that could fly.
Am I so?
No, it's true. It's really true. They're the fastest way to get around the world. There are also these things called cars, which are much smaller and only fit a few people. But most people own their own car and use it to get around.
Do you have one?
I do.
Why not use that to cross the ocean?
Oh my god. Abigail is too precious. She laughs again, I don't know why. At first I feel embarrassed, the gulf of knowledge that I lack nearly as wide as the ocean that she claims to have crossed. But then she steps closer, placing her arms around me in a light hug. Again, I don't know why. But it's lovely. I feel myself relaxing, leaning against her arms and just enjoying the closeness, the comfort, the affection. Yet she is sweet. She's so head empty sometimes. Head empty, only gay. It's perfect. Far too soon, Madison relaxes and I regrettably pull away from her. She gazes up at the sky, and for a brief moment I anticipate another lesson about the modern world.
I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day. About how you've never wanted to leave this place.
Yes, I'm far too cowardly for that.
And in many other ways too.
I don't think that's cowardly at all. It's difficult to leave behind what you know and what feels safe. In fact, it's really scary.
Let me see if I can turn up Maddie a little bit here. You said Madison. Sound. I can turn down the music a little bit. There we go. Because the string part was like really drowning out Maddie's voice for a second there.
I know that the two don't really compare, but before I decided to quit Tara's show, I felt the same way. Like I was afraid to leave, just because I was so used to it being part of my life. But I decided that if I wasn't happy with how things were, that I should just take the risk and change something. Everyone has those worries, though. That doesn't make you a coward.
Madison half smiles, the side of her mouth curling up just a little bit.
If we ever do find a way out of here, maybe you could come back to America with me.
She's joking. I'm sure that she doesn't mean it, or at least not fully, and yet my heart flutters like a bird taking flight. Even after everything that's happened, does she still have concern for someone like me? She truly is the most extraordinary person I've met. Yeah, I'm thinking more and more that whatever happened to Abigail to get her killed 200 years ago, I'm thinking more and more that it has to do with, like, an accusation of her being a witch. Or she was someone that the hag killed for some reason, or an outsider in some way. And as happy as her offer makes me, it hurts like a knife in my heart because I know that it could never be. Not too much. Not too much, Lana. We're good. I wouldn't deserve that kind of happiness anyway. Still, I smile back in kind.
That might be nice. Would I have to ride on an airplane?
Oh, definitely. People don't really take boats across the ocean for travel anymore. Not nearly as much. Pretty much everyone flies.
If you're incorporeal, would you still accelerate at the same rate on the airplane? Or would the airplane take off and you'd phase through it?
Isn't that scary? How does something so heavy manage to stay up in the air?
It's kind of scary the first few times, but you get used to it. As for how it's possible, well, there's all sorts of science behind it, but that would take too long to explain.
I guess my question is, do ghosts have inertia?
Anyway, though, you could stay with me and Tara. We've got plenty of space. Or we could help you find your own apartment. There's a lot you'd have to learn about the modern world, of course, but it'd be worth it, and we could help you learn.
Madison continues on, explaining this and that procedure we'd have to go through and how we'd overcome each obstacle. I play my part, smiling and nodding along. It's an easy role. It does sound wonderful. In fact, there's nothing I'd like more. And though at first I thought she was joking, she's being completely serious. That makes it hurt even more, because I know it's impossible. I close my eyes to help hide the tears that have sprung there, unbidden. Fortunately, Madison doesn't even seem to notice. Her voice trails off. When I open my eyes again, I see that she's looking past me, her eyes wide with awe. I spin around, fluttering about far too early in the day.
Are
Oh shit.
those the fairies you were talking about?
Yes.
But damn, they're cute. They're cute as fuck. Wait, come back down. I want to see you. Oh, it's very interesting. They have like the framework wings on one of them, and that they're kind of like snowflake-like almost, in a way. Particularly the one with like the straight wings. It just reminds me of them. A handful of them flit amongst the trees and lights, paying us no mind. They move like dancers, their motions fluid and in sync with each other. As one rises up to adjust a hanging light, another fairy weaves between branches, carrying something in its hands that I can't see. Though I only spy a few of them right now, I'm sure that many more are just out of sight, deeper in the grove or otherwise nearby. Madison watches them with
What are they doing?
unabashed. I shrug.
I'm not sure. I've never seen them out during the day like this. Usually they stay hidden in their hive until the moon is out.
Hive?
They aren't like humans. They're something entirely different. Even though I've spoken with them before, I don't really understand them.
Wait, they can talk? Like they can speak human language?
Yes. They aren't the most eloquent, but yes.
I see.
I'm just watching them right now. The only time I've talked to them was the first time I came to this grove, all on my own. At first they had tried to drive me out, but eventually I realized that I meant no harm. Since then we haven't interacted.
They're part of the forest too, right? In the connected way that you were talking about before.
Yes.
She makes a sound of acknowledgement, doesn't say anything more. Whatever implications or meaning that might have to her goes unspoken. Soon the fairies disappear once more into the trees, whatever business that called them here finished. They go silently, not even the hum of their tiny wings reaching us. After only seconds, we're left all alone again.
They weren't anything like I expected.
Really? How so?
Uncouth or very I would like if the fairies just came out and were like, why you pink-haired cunt? Come over here.
In stories I've heard, fairies are always smaller and look like little people with wings. Not like what we just saw. And they usually live in flowers and fields, not the snow. But those are just stories, of course. I keep having to remind myself that this is real life, and that real life doesn't care what happens in stories.
I probably have to explain that. So, we were talking with Shino at one point, and Shino was saying that whenever an Australian uses the word cunt, you have to preface it with something that can be either construed as just a regular statement or as a compliment. So, like, you pink-haired, cherry-eyed cunt, or something like that. That's just how he explained how it must be used. How the fairies relate the seas. I think that would be really interesting if they did. Like, different fairies come out, or they change depending on the season. That would be really interesting. They had like little plant things as hats, like little snowdrop plant things hats. So maybe that does change. They maybe have a life cycle to them. Madison looks down at the pond. Gently, she places the tip of her foot into the water. Of course, her water remains still, like she isn't even there. She takes a tentative step forward, still standing upon the water. It supports her effortlessly. Oh, that's some good acoustic right there. Her hands are slightly outstretched, as if she might lose her balance or footing and fall in. She turns around to face me.
I had an idea, actually, about getting out of here. Do you think that the forest spirit could help us? It's powerful, right? Maybe it could use its magic to make us humans again. We could even talk to it together. You'd seriously be welcome to come back with me and Tara. I'd like that a lot, actually.
If it was that easy, do you think that Abigail wouldn't have already done it? I can't look at her. Can't meet her eyes. All I can do is nod, trying to smile and hoping that she doesn't see my tears.
I'd like that too. Perhaps it could help. There's certainly a chance.
There isn't. Her face lights up. Even the prospect of leaving makes her happy.
Great! Maybe we can plan together what the best way to ask it would be?
I just nod again. It's all I can do.
Sure.
I can't bring myself to tell her the truth. That no matter what she asks, what she says, there's no way the spirit can grant her wish. It's not just something that can be reversed. Her mortal form was destroyed by Evelyn, just shortly after I saved her spirit. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, Madison Rains no longer exists. Neither the forest spirit nor I have power to remake her. There's no escape. Damn. Chapter 4. More pain and suffering. Going back to Morgan, yay! Another morning. Nothing's changed. No progress, no hope. The only difference this morning is that Tara's still asleep. It's the first time I've woken up before her since we started sleeping together. I'm glad she's still sleeping. I can tell she needs it. I slip out of bed and dress silently. My next move should be heading to the shop. Sticking to routine is what kept Evelyn off our tracks. For now. The instant I start thinking about Evelyn again, I'm hit with a powerful urge to climb back into bed and wrap my arms around Tara. Hold her for a little longer. I don't. She needs her rest. And there's still some time before she leaves. Somehow thinking that makes me feel even worse. I try to push the thoughts away, but her voice does that for me.
Oh shit, what time is it?
She's sitting up in the bed, rubbing her eyes. She's still wearing her clothes from the night before. Or at least the top hat. Damn. I'm not even gonna say it. But her sitting up doesn't mean she's actually awake.
It's still early. You can rest more.
I know, yeah, Morgan be thirsty, man.
No, it's fine. I got this.
I'm just going to go spend some time in the shop so nobody comes to check in on us later today. Get some sleep. I'll be back soon.
I've already told you guys like 3 times, Morgan's a freak, man. You know, she's quiet in the streets. Well, you know the rest.
You sure?
I move back to the bed and kiss her forehead before lowering her onto the pillow.
I'm sure. I'll wake you up when I'm back.
Okay, cool. Thanks, babe. Thanks.
Dead silence.
I know what you meant.
I'm out the door before either of us can say a word. I don't want to think about that right now. I just need to get to the shop. Oh, great. I'm so focused on that, I almost slam into Evelyn the second I step outside.
No need to rush, dear.
Yeah, now you're not gonna leave and go to the shop. Are you gonna leave Evelyn alone with, like, your sadistic hag fucking skin-wearing mother here? My brain jumps to panic mode. Why is she here? She's never here in the morning. Did she come for us? The door isn't shut all the way. I could run back inside, grab Tara, get out. I know deep down that it's pointless to try. If she wanted us dead, we'd be dead. I don't know why she's sparing us, but if she changes her mind, we won't get a warning.
What do you want?
Her mouth curls into a frown.
Am I not supposed to take an interest in my daughter's life? I thought you had outgrown that phase.
I grit my teeth. The sight of Tara's body being flung into the wall, Maddie's room in the cabin, hauntingly empty. She doesn't have the right to even pretend to be my mother.
I'm not your daughter.
Let's go, Morgan. Let's go.
Morgan!
I flinch as she raised her voice. I hate letting her get a rise out of me. But there's too many memories make me afraid of that sound. She just sighs and her features sink. She almost looks visibly hurt. Only almost. There's still something inhuman about her expression. Something I've never been able to understand.
You can be so cruel sometimes. You weren't always. When you were young, you were the sweetest thing. You would never imagine the things you say to me so casually now.
Manipulative bitch. I clench my fists. Have to keep together. My nails push slightly against the skin of my palm. As always, my fingers freeze before they draw blood.
I'm going to work.
My voice comes out as a rasp, and I cringe at the weakness of it. That was really well done by the voice actor. Both Evelyn's growl and her broken up rasp right there. She puts her hand on my shoulder as I try to walk past.
Work can wait, dear. I'm sure your customers will understand. I have something to show you.
She's gonna, like, there's only 2 things that Evelyn could show Morgan right now. She could either show her Maddie's body, or she could show her, like, a sacrificial table and say, like, you know, my sweet daughter, you'll be on that sacrificial table in, let me check my watch, 7 days. I hope you're ready for it.
I thought since you were so desperate to see in my office,
Yep,
I could give you a little glimpse of what I keep in there.
yep. Evelyn drops her hand, her lips twisting into a sickeningly sweet smile.
If you're not interested, however, I'm sure your American friend would be eager to join me.
Don't put Tara on the butcher's block. My blood freezes. I want to hit her. I want to scream at her. I'm not sure if it's fear or the curse she's placed on me that keeps me rooted to the spot. I can't even look up at her. She knows she's won, as she always has. I can feel her eyes on me as she waits for me to follow her. I just want this game to, like, pull a fast one, and it's just, like, horrifying in there, like a bloody mess. I know that's not going to happen, but it would not only be such a shocker, but it would be like a really well-deserved shocker. You know, sometimes stories will hit you with something grotesque and, you know, fantastic in a way, just for the shock value without earning it, because they want to show you something gross to try to hook you. But at this point, we're already hooked. It's well-deserved. We know what she's about. It only adds more to the dread, to the urgency of the situation. But I know they're not going to do it. That said, I also said that they wouldn't kill the main character. The moment passes, and she makes a sound of affirmation. She turns away.
Now come with me, dear.
I figure out where we're heading a couple minutes of walking. The forest. Oh, she is showing the body, isn't she? If she's taking me there, then this could be it.
Ah, here we are.
I look back to the house for what I hope isn't the last time. What's going to happen if Tara wakes up and can't find me? What if she never sees me again?
Tara.
I mutter her name under my breath. Some dumb, childish part of me hopes that she heard it somehow. It's better that she's not here, but I still wish she was.
What was that, dear?
Nothing.
I ought to thank your friend. She's made motivating you so much easier. It's nice to see you caring about someone other than yourself for once.
Jesus.
I'd almost think you were finally growing up, if you weren't so stubbornly holding on to your teenage rebelliousness.
I don't say anything. I keep my face blank. 1, 2, breathing. She pays me no mind. We walk into the forest, past the initial tree line, into its depths. At least I know where we are. Or I thought I did. As we keep on walking, I realize that I don't know where we are at all. I don't recognize any of this. The trees are different. These aren't the ones I know. They aren't even the ones I saw when we started walking. I've walked this path dozens of times. There's no way I'm making a mistake. The branches blot out the sun even more than usual, and the shadows seem to blend around Evelyn. I can hear the creaking of old wood in the darkness. It almost sounds like the trees are moving. I've never seen the forest behave like this. I've never seen anything behave like this. As we walk, Evelyn keeps turning her head to glance at me, probably trying to see how scared I am. I don't let my expression waver. I don't let her in. She won't win this one. The things around me don't even look like trees anymore. They're too gnarled and rotten. They twist into shapes that should be impossible. They form walls around us as we walk, pushing us forward. I can't help drawing in on myself. It's like the whole forest is closing around us. It's getting hard to breathe. I feel like I'm about to be crushed by the forest itself. And just when I think I can't take it anymore, we break into a clearing. Oh. We're going here? And in the center of the clearing is a beautiful, radiant tree. It's actually green. Real, brilliant green needles. The trunk is so thick and sturdy that the bark makes it look armor-plated. The rich scent of pine air fills the air. Then the shadows around us are kept at bay by a shimmering golden light. I can breathe again. Crisp, clear air fills my lungs. The awful sensation of the twisted forest are all but forgotten. I reach out my hand to it, but only reach. Something inside me tells me I'm not supposed to touch it. That I'm not even supposed to be here.
What is this?
She ignores me. Or at least I think she does. I don't turn around to look at her. I'm too transfixed by the tree ahead of me. I don't know how long I stand here staring. But after some time I notice the air around me change. My limbs begin to numb almost immediately. So, it could also be that, the forest spirit took Maddie's body, so the body could be here, in the forest spirit's lair. And she knows it. But also, I think she's in direct opposition to the forest spirit, so it's kind of a weird one. Let me take a drink of water real quick. When I look back at Evelyn, she's glowing. An oily shimmer all over her body. Damn, Evelyn. You're pulling a Principal Lynn on us right now. Jesus. And she's smiling at me. Smiling. Did she kill the... I don't know if she killed the treant or not. I suppose we'll see here, but...
You were so peaceful, so calm. I can't remember another time when you were so relaxed. I hate to interrupt it. Really, I do. But I only have so much time to spend here. Do you understand?
She gonna transform or something? She starts walking towards me. That's when I see the knife in her hand. I try to open my mouth to speak. I try to move my feet away from her. I can't. Completely still. Impulse crashes against nature. My heart hammers in my chest. Every muscle in my body is frozen. I can't even shake.
This forest spirit. It's so young. As small as it is, the power within it is enough to melt the ice in this place, to draw you in. You love it so much, even though you'd only just met it moments ago.
A rush of understanding fills me. The warmth, the peace of this place. A haven from the cold. And we are the intruders.
I always knew you were part of this forest. Much more than any of the others. This confirms that.
She grabs my hand and holds it up, examining my palm, running her fingers over its creases as if it's like nothing she's ever seen before.
I thought it would make you dangerous. It didn't.
Didn't I say earlier in the playthrough that Morgan has a special connection to the woods that other people don't? And this is what Evelyn's kind of confirming right now. But I don't know what she's about to do.
It made you weaker.
She presses the blade to my hand. My mind screams at my body, desperately trying to get my muscles to respond.
Your one chance at success, of escape. And you're weakened by it.
She laughs to herself like she knows a joke that I'm not in on. With swift motion, she drags the knife against my palm. I stare in horror as the blood trickles and pools from the open gash.
Since you loved it so much, I wonder how it will feel for you to be the one to kill it.
My strings are cut in that moment. I fall over. The rush of sensations rush over me all at once. The pain, the cold. I scream out, clutching my palm. I turn to try to call immediately, my instincts shouting at me as I fall to my knees over and over. Get up, run, run. But it's too late. Evelyn grabs my wrist so hard I can feel the bones are about to break, and she swings me around, presses my bloody palm into the forest spirit. Before I can rip my hand away, I feel a voice bursting forth from within. Where was that on your bingo cards, by the way? It's like Elven script here. It sounded like it was played in reverse. I was gonna say, that wasn't on my bingo card today. But maybe I should have expected it. Pain rips force from my chest the more I try to hold the words back. I cover my mouth with my hands and I stumble back in horror. But it's too late. An unexplainable sound fills the air, a hideous groaning. I know what it is. I do. I don't want to admit it to myself, though. It's the spirit. Blackness moves up the shining green needles. The calming aura disappears completely, and it's replaced by something else. Pain. It's pain. Now playing Ritual Soul. I fall to my knees, the trunk begins to twist into itself. Bits of bark fall into the snow. The rotting blackness creeps up from its roots, and the unsteady trunk begins to sway. The needles wither and die. My head is filled with its suffering. I hear a crackling. A black tar seeps out of the bark, smelling of death. It bursts into flames.
No! No! No, no, no!
I think that's something I think you got something caught in your throat there, Morgan. I try to hold my mouth closed. The incantations leave my throat in a voice that's mine, but yet isn't. Ooh. Well, that's a groove. Evelyn's standing further back now, watching the scene before her. Her face contorted to a terrifying grin. She's enjoying this. The crackling grows louder. My breath catches in my chest, and out of the corner of my eye I see Evelyn, hand outstretched.
No! I'm done! Stop!
With a crack louder than thunder, the spirit's trunk splits in two. A beat of silence follows. And then I hear the screams. It comes from all around me, something crying out within the woods. A shrieking, earth-shattering wail. My heart breaks. It's not something in the forest, it is the forest. Somehow the trees around me are screaming in pain. I'm screaming now. I can barely hear myself through the shrieking vortex around me. I can't look. I bow my head, still screaming as the fire burns. Even the fire feels wrong. It's cold. Freezing. Fire blooms around the tree, shooting high above the tree line. In one giant, blinding burst, the tree is gone. And all that's left is a circle of scorched earth. The burn is more intense than anything I've ever seen. It looks like it stretches down forever. Somewhere in my heart, I know nothing will ever grow here again. They gotta make this such a groove, man. It's so good. The screams start to fade. I slowly take my hands from my ears.
Thank you for being such a help, dear. Really.
I can barely hear you, Evelyn. Turn your mic gain up.
You're a monster.
How funny. Your mother said the exact same thing. You really do take after her.
I can't gather my thoughts enough to respond. Screams are still echoing in my mind.
Never forget this day, child. In the brief time you have left, I want you to know for certain that you don't stand a chance at changing your fate. You never have. None of you ever had. And when the time comes for you to serve as my vessel, I'll make sure the next one won't either.
She reaches out towards me and I prepare for the worst. But all she does is pat my head and ruffle my hair.
You can find your own way home, I assume. I know how much you love these woods.
She gives another chuckle as she turns and walks away, heading back into the shadowy trees. She disappears into the darkness. All that's left is me and a disgusting burnt circle. My mind is blank, numb with shock. Quietly, slowly, one thought begins to take form. Oh, okay. I'm not giving in. I'm not giving in to, her winning here. Oh. We don't stand a chance, or no matter it takes. Let's save over that. It took like 11 hours, and now we're starting to make choices in this game. But, nah. She's gonna fucking pay. We're gonna kick her ass. She's tried to break me for years. Over and over again. I've never let her. I'm not going to let her do it now. I don't care how powerful she is. I don't care what she did to Maddie. She's going to pay. And Tara and I are going to make sure of it. We'll destroy her. Once and for all. We'll leave this place behind for good. Together. And nothing's going to stop us. I'm still nervous for Tara, because Tara's been home alone here. But I knew it was going to somehow get worse, but I thought maybe the forest spirit was going to play a role in destroying Evelyn. But now we don't even have the forest spirit. Maddie's dead. We don't have the forest spirit, so what are we going to do about this one? I open the front door and its weight drags me forward as I stumble inside. I prop myself up on the knob, trying to catch my breath. I can't. Tara must have heard the door because her footsteps come booming down the stairs. She doesn't fall. I'm surprised, given that the last 5 times she ended up slamming into the wall. I keep telling her to be careful. This time I'm glad she isn't. The gay girl, the gay ghost girl might have something to do with it. The gay ghost voyeur. Sorry, I have to add the voyeur part because, we know what she was doing. Closing the door behind me, I finally manage to enter the kitchen as she rounds the corner.
Holy shit, you're okay. I thought when you didn't come home,
I'm okay. Don't worry. It wasn't anything.
I can't seem to finish my sentence. My head is swimming. I stumble again, ready to collapse on the floor. This is, the shaking image and stuff. This is quiet. That's like something you would see in Doki.
Let's go upstairs. You
Doki
need some
Doki.
rest. Come on.
Her voice is warm, quiet, and reassuring. I can't believe it belongs to the same girl that spent her days yelling about the Loch Ness Monster. But it's what I need right now.
Thank you, Tara.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
She flashes me a now familiar wide-mouthed, roofy grin. I can tell she's trying to distract me from the fear and worry I can see in her eyes. She's never been hard to read, but by now she's an open book. But at least she's trying. That counts.
Come on, let's get up there.
Tara holds my arm to steady me as we go up the stairs. I hate being like this. I'm not supposed to be weak. I can't be weak. My thought actually, Ralph, isn't. Maybe it's not the gay ghost voyeuristic girl. It's maybe the fairies. Oh, you were doing Honeybee Lovely Savage. What choice did I make? Oh, obviously the choice that's like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of that hag. I ignore the shaking in my legs and force myself to stand on my own. Even if I'm just walking to bed and to sit down, it helps.
You just sit here for a minute and relax, okay? I'll go make some coffee or something.
I'm listening to the piano behind here. Because I thought that I recognized a leitmotif. Although this sounds very please be happy right here.
I thought you didn't even know how to make coffee.
That's where the or something comes in.
It takes me a second to realize that I'm laughing. Everything's gone wrong, but I'm laughing. Every time I start to lose help, she makes me laugh. It's probably the same composer as Please Be Happy. I'd have to check though. There are 2 composers in Heart of the Woods that, at least that I know of. I imagine they'd probably pull the same composers for, like, most of their games. Or at least they'd rely on some composers more than others. She's smiling again. It's genuine this time.
I guess I'll take the risk. Thank you, Tara.
I'm not good with words. I want to kiss her, to thank her genuinely. It's not the right time. I kiss her cheek instead. She doesn't say anything, just turns and heads for the kitchen. Maybe that was a mistake, but I don't think it was. A whirlpool of panic hits my brain the instant she leaves. It threatens to overcome me, crashing over my thoughts and pulling me deeper into its abyss. My breathing runs ragged. I close my eyes, counting to 100 as I've done so many times before. But it's not enough. The forest, Maddie, Evelyn, Tara. I try to raise my head above the water. I can't do this. After everything with Maddie, with Evelyn, Tara shouldn't have to deal with my problems too. And neither of us has time to deal with all the feelings that I know we're not talking about. I'm a bigger part of the picture than Maddie. I know what that's going to lead to. I'll hold it in. I'll be fine. I estimate my head. It's so much harder to lie to myself than it used to be. Those heavy footsteps save me from the mess in my head. Tara slips back into the room with 2 mugs of what I think is supposed to be coffee. The smell of coffee always makes me feel calm, but right now, it just makes me feel sick.
Here we go. If the caffeine in this doesn't wake you up, then at least the taste will.
As long as it doesn't kill me.
No promises.
Are you gonna maybe show her your bloody hands? Or, talk about how, we got an eldritch forest being to speak through you? I bring the mug to my lips and taste it carefully. It's not bad. Or I'm just desperate. Yeah, that's me with my K-cups every morning. Either way, I keep drinking it.
So, what happened out there? Did she hurt you?
Not really. She just went on about how I can't do anything to her. It wasn't anything serious.
Not hurt you? Come on, Morgan.
Bullshit.
That's right, Tara. I wanted to tell her not to worry, but I can't. Evelyn's laughter rattles around in my head the second I open my mouth. I place the already empty mug of coffee on my desk. I hear Tara's sharp intake of breath behind me and I spin around, my heart racing. Fear and worry reflect in her eyes as her gaze flits between my face and my hand. Oh, look at fucking Tara's eyes right now, man. I look down at my own palm, still bleeding gently. It throbs now that I'm looking at it. With everything that's happened, I forgot about it. Tara reaches forward and holds my hand between her own, applying a little pressure to it. Her concern is more than I can handle. I can't lie to her.
I'm sorry, Tara. We've already got so much to worry about. I didn't want to give you more.
I want to look out for you, Morgan. I can take it.
She's probably said that before, too. The 2 of us sit silently for what feels like an eternity. Every sentence I try to form falls apart the moment I open my mouth. The screaming echoes in my head. But eventually, I do it.
And then I couldn't stop. I was killing it.
Tara rubs my hand, staying quiet as I continue talking. I feel my eyes sting the more I speak, but I have to hold it together. For some reason, when she went to, and then I killed it, I couldn't stop. For some reason, my mind went to Class of '09, when when Nicole is like, and so I learned that our teacher is a pedophile. And then, what's her face responds by, Jekka responds by saying, I just said the tuna is good today. And you respond with that. Tara rubs my hands, staying quiet as I continue talking. I feel my eyes sting the more I speak, but I have to hold it together.
It was burning. It was burning and dying. It was like the entire forest felt it. I couldn't stop the magic no matter what I did. And after everything was said and done, Evelyn, she...
I feel a tightness in my chest. I've never spoken like this before to anyone, not even to Gelidora.
She told me my real mother was just like me.
I can't bring myself to continue. Voicing the implications out loud would make them more real than they already are. My real mother is gone, and whatever similarities we bore mean nothing to them. Nothing now. All that matters is that she lost.
Shit, Morgan,
The stinging's getting worse.
She probably doesn't know how much we know. If she's trying to scare you, that means she's really scared of us. Her pulling weird shit in the forest isn't gonna change anything.
She can't understand. How do I tell her about the screams of the forest, the black fire?
The trees were...
I cut myself off. What am I doing? How had I told myself I wasn't going to let this get to me? And here I am already about to lose it. I have to keep it together.
You're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have made such a big deal out of it.
I imagine this kind of inner dialogue is the same kind of inner dialogue you'd see, or you'd hear in if they did FF10 from Yuna's point of view.
Hey, that's not what I meant. I want to hear what you have to say.
She sits down next to me. The stinging in my eyes isn't going away no matter how many times I try to blink it back.
You know I'm not the best at, saying stuff. Or knowing how to say stuff.
Isn't that your job?
Yeah, but do I ever look like I know what I'm doing?
Do I look like a man with a plan? It's one of my favorite Joker lines from The Dark Knight. And I was... Okay, I said I would talk about the Batman story later. So I'll continue to push off the Batman story and tease you with it. But I was watching some like film stuff last night about like dialogue in movies, how to make compelling dialogue in movies. And they brought up The Dark Knight. And I just remembered that was like, I use that Jokerism so much and nobody understands. She holds my hand as I chuckle. I just make a bunch of references all the time and nobody ever knows.
You've got a point. But I'm okay, I promise. It was just some cheap scare tactic. I wouldn't let something like that beat me.
Oh, a cheap scare tactic would be dropping like a fake spider in your bed.
Like you said, this is just a sign that we're on the right track. Just because everyone else before us failed, that doesn't mean that...
Morgan.
Huh?
You're crying.
What? No, I'm not.
This is me during FF10. No, I'm not crying, you're crying. Inch by inch, I reach up and touch my cheek. It's wet. I can't be crying. My eyes are still steaming. I've been holding it back.
It's okay. You can cry.
I told you, I'm not...
My voice cuts off as I let out a choked sob.
I'm not...
Tears flow down my face for the first time in years. Each one burns my skin like a tiny painful reminder of how pathetic I'm being. I desperately try to wipe the tears away even though I know it's pointless. They just keep coming. I squeeze my eyes shut instead in hopes will somehow force the tears back in. And then once again, I feel Tara's arms around me. She squeezes me so hard that I think she's trying to wring the tears out of me. I want to push her away, to tell her I can handle this on my own. I don't. I can't. I need her.
Let it out. You know I've got you.
I just want to squeeze Morgan right now. I let it out. I throw my arms around her and rest my head against my shoulder. All I can do is hope that the fabric muffles my sobs. She rubs my back slowly and presses her lips to my forehead. I feel like I'm burning inside, but her warmth is different. Soothing. My whole body shakes against Tara. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't say anything. She just holds me close. This isn't the girl I spent years watching yell about monsters on the internet. This isn't even the girl that stepped off the train a few weeks ago. Something about being here changed her. As I cling to her for dear life, I realize that it changed me too. I feel my tears start to slow when that thought crosses my mind. I'm finally able to catch my breath. Tara's grip on me loosens as I stop shaking. When she takes her lips off my forehead, I have to fight the urge to pull her back down. I pull away and sit up instead. It's nice to be able to wipe my cheeks and actually have them stay dry. Looking at her now, I can see that Tara's face is stained with tears too. It's my fault.
I'm sorry.
Hey, it's cool. I don't think anyone on Earth or anywhere else would say you don't deserve a minute to get it all out there.
If you say so.
For what it's worth, I think you stand a way better chance than any of the people that came before you. After all, you've got one thing they don't.
A paranormal investigator.
What's that?
She breaks into another massive grin that the tear streaks on her face can't hope to tarnish. I know what she's going to say before she even brings out the finger guns.
Me, obviously.
I knew it. I start to chuckle before bursting into laughter. Real, full laughter. Hydrate, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. What, could you hear it in my voice or something? Did my throat sound dry? Every now and then a sob slips in. I don't mind as much anymore. As always, she knew how to make me feel better.
My incredibly humble savior.
Hey, if I can't stay on brand even under the threat of death, I don't deserve to be popular.
Amen.
I love that about you.
clamp my mouth shut the instant the words leave it. I don't know where that came from. Tara's expression makes it clear she doesn't either.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
We look away from each other. I do my best to focus on anything in the room that will hold my attention.
Hey, can I say something?
When I look back up at her, I can see that her entire face is bright red.
As much as I love to joke, I'm 100% serious about you having something that they didn't have. More than one thing, actually.
Something to replenish the tear. I haven't cried yet in this game. I don't know if you can believe that I have gone like 3/4 of a Studio Elon game without crying. But I actually haven't yet. That said, if anything happens to Maddie, like, Maddie getting killed didn't make me cry, it just crushed my soul, you know what I'm saying? You know, this little soul crushing, never hurt anybody. And if anything were to happen to what she has, then that would probably make me cry. Because you know that I spent the entire first half of the game being like, Tara's full of shit. Like, Tara is not being good to Maddie, that she's being emotionally abusive to her, that, you know, this and that. You know, I spent the whole first half of the game with Tara stocks in the ground. So I can understand why this, or like you might understand why this isn't hitting me as hard as it could have, but of course Tara's stocks are going back up again after the stock market crash of 2024. Morgan's stocks went down a little bit, but they're coming back up.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you're really brave. Like, the bravest person I've ever met. You're smart, too. Hell of a lot smarter than I am.
And you're right, Ralph. I do think Tara is bracing up to potentially make a sacrifice. After being the selfish one for so much of the game. I do think she's bracing to do that.
You're...
I mean, both of them could make a sacrifice for all I know, Lana. Like, but I think that Tara starting out as selfish, it really shows her character growth if at the last minute she made a sacrifice. Because it shows us as readers, like, how far she's come, essentially. It helps us look at her positive character arc in a better light. And it really helps solidify it, too, if she was the one to make the sacrifice in the end. But Morgan could as well. And then what would Tara be left with? You know? Potentially not Maddie. Tara would be by herself. But maybe that's the way it needs to be done. You think it'll be a choice? I agree. I think that if they're going to introduce any choice in this game, it'll probably be like, do we sacrifice Morgan? Do we sacrifice Tara? Or maybe make it so that, what's her fate? So Maddie will never live again. That seems like the kind of things that might be presented as a choice here. And Maddie making a choice to stay dead would also be I guess, a positive character arc. Because it shows that she has become more loyal and trusting. She's willing to shoulder the burden that she wasn't before. The ad's running. I'm actually going to take a quick BRB for a second. And I'll be back in just a couple of minutes here. But I'll just be 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I just saw that the ads are running, so I was like, might as well take my BRB here to save you from the ads. Well, come on in, Kimmy. How you doing? I don't know if you've played this one, but we are pretty late in the game now. But welcome on in. I'm glad to see you here. I was gonna say that in terms of like making a sacrifice, when it comes to like an author diagramming out a character arc in a storyline, the best character arcs have like a need, a temptation, a want, things like that. And you need the temptation to go back to your old ways, to be present, to really make a character arc like this work and feel like compelling. Because if there's a situation where clearly the way I was acting is bad, okay, I'm gonna change, alright, there's no opposition to me changing, we're good. That's not a good character arc. But the best way to show a character overcoming the temptation is to have a very important action take place that is in direct opposition to the way that they acted originally in the game. So I think that no matter what, Tara's gonna make a sacrifice, and the degree of that sacrifice, I'm not sure yet. But she's going to have to make one sooner or later. And I'm just excited to see what they're gonna do here. So, what happened right before the break? You're brave. You're the smartest person I've ever met. You're smart too. Like, bravest person I've ever met. You're smart too, a hell lot smarter than I am. She scrunches up her face in a cute way that always does when she's trying to figure out what to say next. Which means I've seen it a lot.
You're all the things that I act like I am.
Ain't that truth?
You're smart, you're brave, you're strong. You're not afraid to fight back against bullshit. You're beautiful, you're capable.
Okay. The beautiful capable part, okay, well, we'll hold that off because now it's getting too self-deprecating. But essentially, what I meant to say there is like Tara's persona is similar to Morgan. But Tara herself has all those things, if only she reaches within herself and allows them to shine. But her persona that she doesn't associate with herself, we talked about the YouTube voice earlier, her persona is smart, brave, strong, and capable.
You've been through a ton of bad shit all your life, and you're still fighting, even against things nobody else out there believes. I spend nearly every day of my life thinking about the strangest things in the world, and I still couldn't have imagined someone like you really existing.
If I hadn't watched her ramble for years, then I'm sure that by now she'd be incomprehensible. But I can hear every word, and I can feel my heart beating faster with each one.
And you're just really awesome and fun to be around, and being here with you is one of the best things that's ever happened to me, and I don't want this to end, and
Oh my fucking god.
You're in love with me.
I'm in love with you!
Ellipses. Wait, did I just... And she... We both sit in stunned silence. I try to tell myself that I don't know where that came from. Another lie. I know, right? It's like whenever Lena talks. I've known for a while now. Just like I know
Look, I'm really sorry. I know we agreed from the start that we wouldn't catch feelings. I swear I've never had this happen before.
She's a mess. She's a mess I'm in love with.
I get if you're upset, and I'm sorry for bringing this up now while we've still got this other shit going on. And when this is over, I can just leave, and I won't make a big deal about any of it, and we can just go back to living our own separate lives.
I had a moment where I was thinking to myself, how many times has somebody said about me, she's a mess, but a mess I'm in love with. I don't know why. Oh my god. Okay. I grab her cheeks and pull her face towards mine before she realizes I've moved. We bring our lips together hard and kiss her in a way I never have before. I don't know how to describe it. I just know it's something new. I've kissed plenty of times, but this isn't like any of those. This isn't like any kiss I've had with anyone. It's healing. It's grounding. It's incredible. It only takes a second before she kisses me back hard. Grabs me again, and I can feel her hands moving along the length of my body. It's like she's looking for handholds. Don't worry, I got plenty of those. I have my stylus in my mouth, by the way. I realize in the back of my mind that this is the first time we've had a kiss like this deep, without one of us putting their tongue in each other. Oh my god. Without one of us putting their tongue in one another's mouth. I'd laugh if it didn't have important things to do with my mouth. Jesus Christ. I'd laugh too, but I gotta put this mouth to work. We do have to stop for breath eventually. All we do is blow hot air into each other's face for a split second before coming back together. It's too good to let it end so soon. I don't... Am I the only one that doesn't like tongue when they kiss? I feel like that when I'm reading these descriptions sometimes. I'm like, that isn't... I don't like that so much. One of us is crying, and it better not be me. Again, that's me when I read this fucking game. We break to gasp for air.
I love you too, obviously.
Tara plants a smaller kiss on my bottom lip as I speak.
Yeah, I kinda figured.
Damn, hitting me like this. Saying it out loud feels incredible. It's like dropping weights I've been carrying for miles. I can feel everything Evelyn took from me coming back and forth.
I guess I really do have you after all.
Look at that fucking smirk right there. With an air of finality, we break apart but remain close. Tara presses her forehead to mine and nuzzles my nose.
I'm not going to let her hurt you. I promise.
I know.
We're gonna beat this thing, Morgan. We're gonna kick Evelyn's ass, and we're gonna save my best friend. And when we leave the shitty village behind for good, I want you to come with us.
Tara, I've been planning to leave Eisenfeld for years. Of course I'm going with you.
Morgan got her white knight trans girlfriend. She closes her eyes and does a little fist pump gesture. I know it's just for show. I laugh anyway.
So, what does this make us?
I'm not gonna make a joke about sheathing her sword.
What do you mean?
Are we, dating? Or...
She rubs the back of her neck and smiles awkwardly.
I mean, it's been a while since I've done something like this, and this isn't exactly a normal dating scenario.
I know what she's trying to say. We don't know what's around the corner yet. But right now I don't care what's around the corner.
Yes.
Huh?
I'd love to have you be my girlfriend, Tara. You're right. We don't know what's coming next. But I do know that no matter what, we're leaving Eisenfeld together.
Look, you might only have 5 days to live. You might as well live it the way you want to live it. There's a fucking hag next door that could kill you at any moment.
So let's leave it together.
She freezes for a second, and she gives me a massive groovy grin that throws her arms around me.
Romance and wordplay? My mom was wrong when she said I couldn't have it all.
We try to guess, but we're too busy laughing. We fumble a bit more before we finally make it.
So, girlfriends, huh?
That's how it works,
Boyfriend.
yeah?
Awesome. Cool. Girlfriends. Yeah.
You sure do have a way with words.
Hey, I have other talents.
Damn.
Oh yeah? Like what?
We know she's about to kiss me, but I beat her there. My lips leap hers halfway up. Her squeak of surprise melts away as we hold each other. No, she is so awkward. It's like, oh, I have other talents. Wink, wink, I can fuck real good. We're still in danger. We don't have any real chance at victory. We still have more questions than we do answers. But I'm not afraid. Not anymore. We're going to make a life for ourselves, somewhere out in the world. And nothing's going to get in the way of that. I promise. We're going to Maddie. Let's go. Oh my god. She is so awkward, man. But, you know, that awkwardness can be very endearing sometimes. For the right person. Not everybody. Some awkward people are just awkward, but sometimes the awkwardness is endearing. Like, when my voice cracks or something, I get called out for it. It's been a weird morning. Usually when I get up, Abigail's awake and ready to go. And usually she has been for several hours. This morning, though, I awoke to find her dozing nearby, long past when she'd normally be up. She complained about having a headache, so we decided to take a walk through the forest to clear her head. And the wheeze laugh that I do. It's awkward, but apparently some of you find it endearing. So far, it seems to have had the opposite effect, though, and we've been walking in uncomfortable silence. It's been maybe an hour or so since we first noticed the buzzing. When we first noticed the buzzing. At first, it was very faint, with the sound of the wind or of our rustling trees, but then it started to get louder and louder.
Fairies!
It's the first word she said in ages. She pulls me closer to her as the buzzing gets closer. Sure enough, the source of the noise soon comes into view. Dozens of fairies, maybe even as many as 100, flutter past overhead. They form a cloud rushing through the forest, nimbly weaving over and under the branches. When I first saw fairies back in the clearing, their movements were graceful and delicate, but now they're frenetic and urgent. Frenetic. The swarm travels right toward us, but they don't seem to notice or care about us at all. The buzzing has grown to an almost ear-splitting level, and I realize it comes from their wings. Like bees, their tiny wings beat rapidly to pick them up. They're a blur against the fairies' snowy-looking bodies. Suddenly, several of the fairies split off from the forest and dive toward us. I fling up my hands to protect myself, but they come to a halt overhead. It's my first chance to get a good look at them. Their bodies in smooth and pale blue with whitish tinge. Their eyes are beady and small, looking more like tiny flecks of obsidian than anything with sight. They're like tonberries, little beady eyes. At first, it looks like they're wearing gowns, but then I realize what look like clothes or parts of their body. Colorful plumage helps make each fairy distinct from one another. Rather than legs, their bodies taper off to a point, like little ballerinas. I thought that said bananas at first. Little fairy bananas. Like snowflakes. No two look the same. Hey, that's what I said. One of them turns a somersault while the others hover anxiously.
Our queen! Is that you? Have you returned?
Excuse me? Their voices are all identical, squeaky and raspy, yet impressively loud despite their tiny size. It takes a second for me to realize that they're addressing me.
I'm sorry. I'm not your queen. I'm just an ordinary human.
A human? Ordinary? Don't think so.
Wait, did you just hear that? That was Tessa's voice actor. The last one was Tessa's voice actor. Hold on. Can I go back? Oh, I can't. I don't think I can go back, can I?
Don't think so.
There you go. That had to have been Tessa's voice actor. They crowd in a little bit closer, their fingers grabbing in the empty air as if to pick me up and carry me away. I take a step backwards with Abigail still holding tight to my arm, but the fairies just creep in even closer. Their wings beat hummingbird fast, distractingly loud.
I promise, I'm just a regular person. You're mistaken if you think I'm your queen.
A mistake? Have you seen her? We've been looking.
We haven't seen her. We haven't seen anything like her.
Oh, the queen is Morgan, isn't it? Maybe. I have no idea what the fairy queen looks like, but I'm sure I haven't seen anything that fits the description. Or Gelladora.
How long has she been missing?
It's hard to say. Did you know? Time is a human concept.
Their answers aren't helpful at all. They at least understood my question, which means they have some knowledge of time. It doesn't make a difference, though. The rest of their swarm has moved on, the buzzing fading once again, but they don't seem bothered.
If we see her, I'll be sure to tell her you're looking.
That won't be needed. She surely knows. That's why she's our queen.
The fairy's peculiar way of speaking in turn is almost comical. Since they haven't left us alone yet, I assume that they're still expecting to hope we're hoping for something. I'm a little afraid to find out what.
Do the three of you have names?
We don't. We have no need. Names are for humans, too.
They all nod in unison. Given how everything else about them seems to be insect-like, I just assume they have a hive mind of sorts. It would fit with everything else I know about the forest. I'm getting a bit tired of all the different networks and connections. It's silly, but it feels nothing. It feels a little like not knowing the password to a friend's Wi-Fi. I keep them straight in my mind. I give each of them a name. One with the power is Hay. Anan is the one with blonde hair, and the last one is Frio. I wonder if that's a reference to something. Beside me, Abigail tugs at my sleeve surreptitiously. She's angled away from the conversation, trying to leave me out of it. I was half expecting them to be, Armon, Cello, and what's the last one's name? Starts with a P, right? I was half expecting it to be the three kids from Please Be Happy. What's their goddamn name? I turned back to the fairies, putting my best customer service voice.
We have to go now. It was nice to meet you.
I don't want to turn my back on them, so I wait for them to say their farewells and leave. But instead they come in closer, causing Abigail to gasp.
Don't go! What if you stayed? You could be our queen. You would do. We could make it so. It would be easy.
Alarm bells ringing in my head, I start to step backwards, with Abigail keeping right on me.
There isn't anyone else. Not everyone is suitable. But you are. Let us show you what it'd be like. We can give you a taste. Would that be all right?
Their buzzing and flittering shows as three pairs of eyes stare at us. Abigail squeezes my arm. I move my mouth to say no, but the way their gaze pierces into me roots me into the spot. I am right with one of the fairies being hell yeah. Like tiny dancers adorned with glitter, their skin shimmers in low light filtering through the clouds.
Madison, come on, let's go.
I thought I heard her distinctive timbre. But I can't. Or rather, I don't want to. Not yet. Because she also plays in Please Be Happy. Highway Blossoms as Tess, Please Be Happy as Lyra. So, hell yeah.
What if I know something useful, Abigail?
We know lots of things. Secret things, clever things. We can know you, too.
Don't say that so creepily, Tess. They're pests. Their buzzing is a little loud, and their voices are a little too shrill. But...
You don't belong here. We can tell. But wouldn't you like to belong?
they creep a little closer in a synchronized motion. They're close now that I could reach out and grab one if I wanted to. Slap them or slap them away. I don't, though. A place to belong. Could they really offer that? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Kimmy. Alright, let me look up a new water bottle here. A place to belong. Could they really offer that?
What exactly do you mean?
Same VA is a character in an anime called Delicious in I know about Delicious in Dungeon. I see the Harpy NSFW all over the place. I could see Abigail's grip tighten around my coat, but she doesn't say anything. Sensing an opening, the fairies circled dizzyingly around her heel. Oh my god, I can't talk. Heads. Didn't
The
you
forest
watch
doesn't
me?
reject you.
Didn't you want me to watch Delicious in Dungeon sometime soon?
But it doesn't accept you either. We could change that, though. Whatever it is you want! Whatever you're searching for, if you help us.
It's on the list. I like how they just appear in... Oh, there's 4 of them right there, you see that? Hold on. This is like watching the the DVD thing go across the screen. There was 4 of them right there, too. Just watch out for this, alright? There's gonna be a 4th one. Yep, there's 4 on screen right there. That was fun.
Wouldn't you like that?
With a jolt, I turned to face Abigail. I'm sure she knows what I'm thinking. Although it kind of sounds like they're gonna give her, you know, the old Eldritch Forest key card or something. Which might be nice. Whatever I want. There's only one thing. Freedom. Abigail stares back at me for a moment and then presses herself against me. Looking up at the fairies, I nod.
Okay. Just a taste.
Excited, they dive downwards until they're level with my face. Abigail cringes but doesn't let go. As one of the fairies close in, placing their hands on my face like they're checking my temperature. Their hands are frigid, painfully so. It's amplified by the fact I haven't felt cold in days. My hands jerk upwards out of instinct, ready to pry them away, but I don't. One of the fairies moves her hands to cover my lips. One covers my ears, the other covers my eyes. Yeah, that's not a reference or anything. For a split second, I feel like I'm falling through the air. And then it all hits
All
me.
I see is black.
Oh.
I'm alone. And yet, hundreds of presences flood my consciousness all at once. I can tell they're the fairies, but I don't know how I can tell. I'm bombarded by their awareness like tiny darts, not using words or thoughts or intentions, but just feeling. They're somehow distant, as if behind a wall, but so present. I try to find the semi-familiar presences of Hay, Frio, and Anon, but they're indistinguishable from the rest. There's no individuality, no sense of identity at all. They're just the fairies as a whole.
You know, I'm always excited when we get the, reading out a paragraph.
But I can feel what they're feeling. Panic and anger and hurt all churned together. The feeling of being lost, of not knowing where to go or what to do, but not being able to sit still. Though I can't tie it to any particular memory or event, the feeling hits me so strongly, so undiluted that I think I might cry. I can feel that they've been scared by something, but I don't know what that something is. Then, at last, I feel a nudge within my mind. The sensation of being noticed. The presence takes me in, welcoming me. It occurs to me that I no longer exist. I try to ask what's going on, but I don't need to. The moment the question forms, the presence with me starts to answer. Images play in my head, ones I've never seen before. They're grainy, like an old film. If I try to focus on a particular detail, the whole thing becomes muddy.
Let's see, it's very faint, but you can see the pink tree area in the background there.
I can see flames burning away at the forest. The fire is so real that I can almost feel its warmth. But when I start to focus on it, that too vanishes. The presence of the fairies weighs on my mind, an uninvited audience to the next part. I can see a fairy stumbling alone, but something's wrong with it. I realize instantly, I can't feel its presence. Where it should be, there's just a gaping hole, so vast and profound that it hurts by sheer exclusion.
So again, this makes me think that, like, Morgan is a fairy, or is somehow connected to them in some way. And so whatever just happened severed Morgan from the forest, and therefore they're all like, shit, what the fuck? Or the forest spirit himself, you know, Mr. Woody is a fairy, and now that he's been killed, they're all alert because of that. But yeah,
It's agonizing. I want to tear my heart out of my chest so I don't have to feel it anymore. The presence of the fairies, the whole nest, tries to reach out after it and fill the hole, but it won't allow itself to be touched. The moonlight overhead, which I crave, falls onto the lone fairy who hastens to escape it.
please.
The lone fairy flees, and the rest of them, the rest of us mourn. One word pulses through my head, both a condemnation and reassurance. One word, though I don't know what it means. Moonsick. 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 Moonsick.
Why was that just a tiny bit erotic? Maybe I need to take another drink of water. Anyway,
The vision twists, and I can see a woman. But she isn't a woman. She's also a fairy, but not just. I'm so happy and relieved to see her that I just know she's the fairy queen. I can feel how much she misses the lone fairy. I know, because I miss her too. Desperately. I can see her searching, her hope never fading, until one day, she's gone. The loss is even greater this time. A sick mixture of guilt and shame plagues me, because I don't know where she is. I don't even know how long she's been missing. How could I have not noticed?
why do I feel like Ralph's gonna hit the ASMR and then make me do an ASMR redeem of Moonsick? Not now, Ralph. Not now. Don't do this to me. I know you're holding a loaded gun up to me right now.
The loneliness is so great that I want to do anything to erase it. Another silhouette flickers, just out of sight, but I can't keep track of it. We all have to watch it
Fucking
together,
hells. Fucking
and then I
hells bells.
realize it's me. But just like the fairy queen I saw before, it's also not me. Visions of time pass, months,
At
years,
least,
centuries, and throughout all of them, all of the loneliness is gone. It all feels right. I could fix this.
at least let me reach a little portion of reading before I do some ASMR. The fairies remove their hands from me, and I burst back into the real world with a mighty gasp. Gasp, 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 gasp. For air. Okay, hold on. I gotta like sit up for this. I gotta sit up so that I can talk into my microphone here. Or so that I can whisper into my microphone. I like how you can see me like bending down and crouching, ready to pounce.
Madison, are you alright?
Fairies, 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 fairies. Tucked up. Away from the furious gaze that Abigail gives them. All I can feel now is her hand clutching, clutching, clutching mine. And I put my arm on her shoulder for support. My head spins. Spin. Spin. Spins. And for a second, I think I might fall over. The dizzy spell passes soon. Once I'm confident I'm not going to collapse, I know it.
I'm fine. How long was I out?
Abigail's face flickers into a look of confusion. She presses her hand to my forehead.
Out? I didn't think they'd even begun.
What?
I watched the fairies, struggling to comprehend how so much could have happened in an instant like that. There's no way.
We told you, didn't we? We aren't bound by time.
Look at me. I'm crouched down, ready to strike. In my ASMR position. I can't take myself seriously. Okay.
Join us and you won't be either. Now that you've seen, and now that you've felt, will you join us?
Feel, think. Eyes wide, Abigail looks up at me. She doesn't have to say anything for me to know. She's begging, begging, begging for me to decline. I wish she could have felt how warm it was, how nice it was to belong like that. Yet, at the same time, it feels like a distant dream now, something detached and fading. I try to remember the sensation, but I can't. It's water slipping through my fingers. It seems so real, but it wasn't. It was only a second. I can't sign my life away to the fairies for 1 second of visions, no matter how right it felt, no matter how comfortable. I hope you are feeling comfortable as I read this to you. Very, 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 very softly. I'm okay. Your 5 minutes is up. Your 5 minutes in heaven is up. That's it. I don't have my ASMR filters on right now. It's also not on, it's not in dual channel. So I can't go into one ear at a time. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I can't go into one ear at a time, unfortunately. And that would be a really nice effect, because I was like trying to spin around doing all that stuff, but then I'm like, oh shit. They're not gonna know that I'm spinning around the mic for them. Yeah, I don't have my stuff on OBS set up for recording ASMR. So, also when I record ASMR, I tend to go without filters. I tend to like turn the noise filter down so that you can hear it when I do like stuff like that. You'll be redeeming it again later. Oh, you greedy bitch. You have a loaded gun for 10 of those? Jesus Christ. You can only do 1 ASMR redeem per stream, by the way. Because it's so disruptive to stream. So, what do I make of that information? Well, they gave her a vision of what appears to be Morgan, if I had guessed. And Morgan's disconnection with, oh, you're talking about, yeah, no, the barrage is fine. You can do as many mirages as you want. It's interesting how Morgan's cutoff has affected them so. And she's given a choice, but she has to turn it down. I think, but this is something that you see a lot in Fae to begin with, is like, you always have the choice to become a Fae with them, to live with them eternally, whatever that means. But that's not always a good choice. I'm sure I was just seeing what they wanted me to see. I smile at Abigail and then shake SMH my head, rejecting the fairies.
I'm sorry, but I can't. Thank you for showing me what it would be like, though.
How can we persuade you? We need our queen soon. You could be our only hope.
I know you do. But I'm sorry. That just can't be me.
We hope you'll change your mind. We'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for a queen.
I'm always waiting for a queen. I want some Dairy Queen. With that, they turned tail and dart off in the same direction that their swarm had gone. I hope that it was actually audible and not like too overpowering when I was ASMRing into the mic, because I don't have a fuzzy thing on my microphone right now. I don't have my fuzzy on. Oh dear, what? The Dairy Queen? No, it was good? Okay, thanks. Perfect. Thumbs up. Okay. What's Dairy Queen? You want to go get a blizzard with me? Soon all trace of them is gone, like they'd never been there, never even been there.
Madison, are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm sure. It was just a lot. Was that really that fast?
Yes. They touched your face and then a moment later you gasped.
That's insane. It felt like a long time. Like years had passed.
Yeah, make a sacrifice to become the queen to stop the hag. It's one choice. Abigail looks troubled, staring off into the forest where the fairies disappeared.
Fairy magic is strange and beyond me. They're similar to the forest spirit, and yet...
Different, but in a way you can't put into words.
That's right. You certainly did see a lot, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Have you ever met their queen? Or seen what she looks like?
Just once, long ago. She and the forest spirit are both guardians of the forest.
Yes, I've given the strength to Tara and Morgan to fight back, so I think that I would be inclined to believe that Morgan would be the one to sacrifice herself based off of what I have made decisions of thus far. It might not be a very explicit decision. We know that in Please Be Happy, there are some very implicit decisions that you can make to change the ending. For example, what you do with Silver changes the ending. And like, it could be very non-linear. It could be a choice that isn't just who do you throw into the pit of spikes or whatever, you know?
Did you see her in your vision?
I think, oh, that was cool. I think back to what I saw as best as I can remember. The image shifts and shakes in my head, not wanting to be called to mind. More than what she looked like, I just remember how I felt. So happy and relieved to see her.
I did, but I didn't get a clear look at her. I knew who she was, but I don't know if I'd recognize her if I passed her on the street. Do you think you could mistake me for her, like they did?
Absolutely not. You're much prettier than she is.
Oh my god, Abigail, you're so thirsty. Abigail says it's very matter-of-factly, as if she didn't just give me an enormous compliment. And she carries on like it too. Be still, my beating heart. Aww. Madison. Oh, wait, Maddie.
But to the fairies, I expect it's hard for them to tell the difference between humans. So maybe you looked like her to them.
I wonder how long the queen's been gone. It seems like they'd been coping just fine without her, until something happened to scare them.
They ran out of copium.
Something like what?
Jesus Christ, something hot and bright. Something burning. Something that hurt to think about.
I don't know. I think it had to do with fire, maybe? So much of what I saw felt real, but most of it wasn't.
Fire.
Marie creases her face.
What's wrong? Did you remember something?
No. It was just a thought.
Rather than elaborate, she fidgets with her hands. I don't push the subject.
Maybe that's enough fresh air for today. We can head back to the church.
All right.
I'm pretty sure I detect a hint of relief in her voice. For the first time, I lead the way home. At least I hope it's the way. I'm reasonably confident. At my side, Abigail remains quiet and lost in her thoughts. With one hand, she clings limply to my sleeve, trusting my navigation. I don't disturb her, instead concentrating on remembering the path. It's to challenge myself. I'm sure that, if necessary, Abigail would be able to lead us home from anywhere. Still, I'm beginning to fear that I've led us astray when the grim walls of the church start to come into view. Mixture of relief and pride flows through me. It's also a little bittersweet. I've come to think of the church as home, even though I've never felt that way about the cabin. Despite the fact the concept of home is just a formality now, surrounding ourselves with walls and a roof doesn't change a whole lot. Clouds are beginning to settle up overhead, muting the daylight and making everything murky. It feels fitting for them. Oh my god, hydrate. Slamming me with a hydrate over there. Abigail speeds up a bit as we reach the doors, and she's the first one inside. She sits down on one of the benches, fatigued.
Mind if I join you?
I gesture at this open spot beside her.
Please do.
We've seen this one before, but it hits me every time. I love this one. Okay. Gonna get my throat wet for the next ASMR. Hey, like you can only do one ASMR per stream, man. I can rest on my laurels for a bit. I love this image. Even if it's the second time. Why stop at the throat? Jesus Christ. Somebody bonk Ralph for me. Wordlessly, she rests her hand against my shoulder.
Headache still?
She nods.
I'm afraid so. Our encounter there sure didn't help.
I'm sure.
Gave me a headache of sorts too. More of a notion that I can't get out of my head. The fairy's outstanding offer sits with me. As hard as I try, I can't fully push the idea away. If there isn't any other way to get out of this, then maybe being a fairy queen would be preferable to just being a normal ghost. As long as I could still have Abigail with me. That's a last resort, though. Because for as long as I can, I have to hold out hope that things can just go back to normal. That Tara and I can leave Eisenfeld the same way they arrived. And that we can take Abigail with us. Beside me, Abigail shifts her head just a little.
I'm sorry. Am I bothering you like this?
Oh my, how can I bother when you're speaking so sweetly? I'm gonna cry. Because she's cute. But also because, Maddie keeps thinking about, like, helping Abigail. I need to have Abigail with me. I need to get Abigail out with me, you know? You got class? Apparently you have more class than Ralph over there.
Not at all.
I wonder if she's close enough to hear my heart beating. Maybe it can't always be like this. But just for now, it's alright. Although it's been a couple of days since we met the fairies and they made their offer, I haven't been able to get it out of my head. The visions themselves are just slush by now, with the memories of them having eroded into non-existence. But the feelings remain. The feeling of belonging and of freedom. There's something else I can't get out of my head too. Something else I can't get out of my head though. And she's sitting right beside me.
Madison, here they come.
Sure enough, the mother deer and her fawn come traipsing out of the bushes, no doubt on their way to get a drink. Starlight and the waxing moon make them look like ghosts at first, barely visible in the dusk. That moon is getting dangerously full over there. Upon entering the clearing, they see us and both freeze. Abigail smiles encouragingly, reaching out a hand towards them. After a moment's hesitation, the fawn takes one tentative step towards us, then another, and another.
This one's name is Alma.
Alma? You mean the titty hacker?
Hello, Alma.
I greet it the same way I greet my friend's dog or cat. Deciding we're not a threat, the mother deer goes to the pond while the baby one creeps even closer. Abigail never moves towards it, never pushing too far. Then it nuzzles her hand, leaning into the soft scratching motion of her fingers.
Is this the deer that was watching you sing the other day?
Most likely. Almost a little bit shy, and sometimes prefers to keep her space.
You know this deer pretty well, huh?
Of course, we're very good friends.
To demonstrate, she strokes Alma's tawny neck. She doesn't even have to sit up to do so, since the pond's face is just about level with her shoulders from where we're sitting on the ground. Alma closed her eyes, clearly enjoying the attention.
Would you like to pet her? I'm certain she'd let you.
Sure.
I lean forward, my hand outstretched like Alma's was. The second I move, Alma's eyes go wide and she bounds away into the darkness. Her mother watches, alarmed, from the shoreline.
Guess not.
Alma, come back. I promise Madison won't hurt you. She's just as sweet as you are.
I'm glad for the darkness, and that she can't see me blush. While she's not looking, I scoot a little bit closer to Abigail. Just a bit. The hanging fairy baubles help to illuminate the young deer, who watches from a safe distance. None of the fairies themselves seem to be around, though. She is a fucking fairy princess, or Disney princess, yeah. It takes a bit, with Abigail and I both sitting silently, but the fawn chooses to come back after all. Her steps are still reluctant and ready to dart away at any second. She lets Abigail pet her, but watches me warily while it happens. I don't mind. I'm content to just watch, and enjoy seeing how happy it makes them both.
How long have you known Alma? It must have been a while for her to trust you like this.
Oh yes, I've known her for her whole life. And I've known her mother since she was small too.
Abigail waves at the mother deer by the pond, who's returned to sating her thirst.
That's amazing.
If only I could sate my thirst. I can only imagine the patience, time, and dedication it must have taken to earn the trust of the woodland creatures. Still, all things considered, I'm not surprised that they make an exception for someone like Abigail. She exudes comfort. I'm not sure how else to describe it, and I've certainly never felt anything like it before. Maybe being closer to her is just as comforting for the deer as it is for me.
Do you have any other animal friends that I'll get to meet?
Oh certainly, if you'd like. I'm sure Mr. Bearer is asleep for the season, but perhaps once he wakes up. There are also a pack of wolves around, but for Alma's sake, that would be best left to another time.
Deer nuzzles her hand in agreement, and Abigail coos contentedly in it.
None are quite so friendly as Alma and the rest of the deer, though. When I was a child, I wanted to have a deer for a pet. I thought that perhaps I could learn to ride one, like a horse. My sister and I would look for footprints in the snow and track them for as long as we could.
She looks up at me, smiling despite the melancholy tone her voice has taken on.
We never got very far, of course. Hardly a few feet into the forest. But to children like us, it was quite an adventure.
You must miss her a lot.
Abigail hardly ever mentions her family. I imagine that despite how long it's been, the memories must still be painful. She smiles
In
thinly.
a sense.
The deer is still luxuriating under the caress. Her hand moves rhythmically and gently, alternating between petting and scratching Alma's cheek. She relaxes a little, resting against my side, but continuing to pet the deer.
More than anything, I think I miss the days of wonder and awe. Back when the forest and all of its creatures were still a mystery. Sometimes I wish it could be like that again. That it could be unknown.
While the world outside is unknown,
You wish that you hadn't met them?
No, not at all. At least, not given the circumstances. I'm quite grateful for the companionship they've given me. For so many years, they've been one of the few sources of company that I've had. But while my love for them has never diminished, I've come to the conclusion that it's grown to the most it can grow as well. That's simply what the world had become for me. A small world of knowns, and nothing more.
I feel like I know what she's about to say, but I'll let her say it. She looks away from the deer and back at me, A few tears spot her face, but she doesn't look sad. In fact, she's beaming.
And then I met you, Madison.
Moonlight frames her face. The lovely night sky, the fairy tale friendly deer, the ethereal woman. It's an image straight out of a painting.
You were my first unknown in countless years. The first soul I could speak with that I didn't yet understand. And what a wonderful unknown you turned out to be.
I'm frozen again. I've never had anyone say anything that sweet to me. How am I supposed to respond to something like that? I try to calm my heart as it hammers in my chest. Looking at her soft expression only serves to accelerate its rhythm.
Thank you.
God.
That's really, really sweet.
VA right now. Killing it.
I think you're wonderful too.
Her free hand darts out to grab mine before I have a chance to react as her eyes widen even more, nearly startling the deer nearby.
Do you really mean that, Madison?
I really do. You're an incredible person. I can't imagine having to go through what you've been through without losing any sort of capacity for joy. But here you are, still so full of energy and positivity. I hope that I can maintain that sort of optimism.
Well, Abigail lets go of the deer and flings her arms around me in a tight hug. It's a pretty awkward position because of how we're sitting together, but I don't mind. I hug her back as best I can, my only anchor in the storm of chaos that my life has become. Indignant, almost slicks her ears back and darts off towards the trees again. Without letting me go, Abigail cranes her neck to watch, this time not calling the deer back. Mama's mother bounds over to join her daughter and they both go careening off. I lean my head down to rest against Abigail's in what has become a familiar position. When did we get so comfortable with each other? Being like this just feels natural. She parts from me after a moment, sitting up straight again. She tilts her head up to look at the stars, and I gaze with her. The night is mostly clear except for a few wispy clouds. All is still and quiet and calm. Even the pains of the forest don't seem to reach us here.
I wouldn't call myself an optimist.
I blink, surprised by her sudden words.
I don't, nor have I ever really had much hope. There are small comforts and delights, but those aren't the same thing as hope. I can remember names and faces, and even dreams and aspirations that I once had. But do you know what the most curious part of it is?
She glances at me, and I notice tears in her eyes. Without thinking, I reach up and brush them away, no reaction. My heart pounds in my chest, nervous about something that I can't identify. Or maybe that I'm unwilling to accept. Afraid to be wrong about.
What is it?
I can't remember how it felt for those dreams to be within reach. Even with my meager, lonely existence, there was still a chance. As unlikely as it would have been, there was always the possibility that someday something would change. Something might happen. There was a light, so to speak, to look forward to. And the day that I died, that light went out.
More tears, replacing the ones that I wiped away, sparkle in her eyes. I move to repeat the motion from before, but this time she stops my hands, holding them in her own between us.
I never gave thought to what this unlife might be keeping me from. Not from the life I left behind, but whatever it is I would have been met with had I lived to the end of my days. For a long time, I considered myself lucky that I was free from hurt and pain and worry and loss. Even if they were predictable and boring, my years here in the forest haven't been unpleasant. But I've never been optimistic. I've never had anything to look forward to. Never, in my wildest dreams, did I imagine meeting someone as perfect as you. Never did I imagine that I would be happy again.
I understand. I know what she's saying, and more importantly, what she means. A shiver runs down my spine.
But Madison, I don't deserve this happiness. Not at the cost of your own. I keep thinking how if I'd been a bit faster, or more decisive, perhaps I could have saved you that day in the snow. And that even if not, I don't know what future I've stolen from you. I don't know what awaits those of us who pass on. All I know is this unlife and its permanence, and the way that you deserved better.
She's crying now, fully. Her chest heaves into a sob, and I pull her closer to me in as tight a hug I can manage. As kindly and delicately as I can, as gently as she always treats me, I hold her and sway gently, as much as our position will allow. Yeah. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Very sweet. I mean, it's bitter. I mean, it's a very hollow existence that she's living. And it's not easy for me to think about what it would be like for Abigail to be completely devoid of hope, you know? But I don't know. It's something that, like, it gets discussed when we talk about, you know, when we go back to Dawn Trail, we go back to, like, Juliet, and Please Be Happy is, like, how is immortality a curse? And in this case, this is as cursed as it could be, really. She can enjoy living without physical pain. She can enjoy eternity. She can enjoy, like, being in the forest and being able to witness these lives anew and interact with them, but not with the humans around her. But yeah, she's stuck. There isn't anything else for her, and she'll never really be able to do what she wants. If there is a curse of immortality, like, this is the most cursed version that there is, you know. I mean, apart from literally something that hurts you to continue, this is cursed. Yeah. I can tell just by the way she cries that she's been holding this for a long, long time. I let her let it all out. It must have hurt so bad to be feeling this way. I speak in a whisper.
It's not your fault at all. Don't ever blame yourself for any of this. I know I don't. Ever since we met, that day in the forest clearing, all you've done is made things better for me.
I can't take it. It's so cute. And the guilt of now trapping Maddie with her for what? Because you couldn't be separated from the first person that you met? But at the same time, what more is there to do? That was the best thing that she could have done, was give Maddie the chance to at least have closure in her own death. You know?
I don't know if I ever told you this, but during those first days after we met, seeing you again was all that I would look forward to. I go to bed thinking about you, and wake up the next morning thinking about you. And as for everything else, to be honest, I don't know how to feel about a lot of it. So much of it is just hard to process. I thought that it would get easier with time, but it hasn't. But there is one thing I know. One thing that I'm absolutely sure of.
The VA is so good. I squeeze her hands and I see her startle just a bit. No matter what I'm missing out on, I'm sure I'd rather be here with you. I mean it. Every word of it. I've never really put too much thought into an afterlife or anything like that. Any time spent here with Abigail is time well spent. And if that means eternity, then, well, so be it. Beside me, Abigail gazes into my eyes wondrously. Her lips move as she searches for the words she wants to say. That's what I was going to say. Well, I was going to say that forcing me to read that out loud has a different impact than if she said it.
Madison.
She shifts so that the starlight caresses her face, perfect, not yet nearly as luminous as she is.
May I kiss you?
Once in my life, I don't overthink it.
Yes.
Eyelids flutter and close. The breathing trembles and steadies. I empty my head of any other thoughts. And I press my lips to hers. So soft, so warm, as delicate as the fresh fallen snow, as sweet as cotton candy. That's such a good descriptor. Her form shivers against me, and I place an arm around her for support and for comfort, mutually. I can feel her getting more confident, more relaxed, as 200 years of loneliness are melted away one by one. We're left with just two souls sharing a first kiss under the night sky. It feels so right, that after we've both been through such sadness and loss, that we're now able to share this moment of joy. Not just share it, to be able to offer it to each other. It's our light at the end of the tunnel. When we finally part, my lips still feel electrified. She regards me with a coy expression, but a happy one.
That was even more wonderful than the many times I had imagined it.
I hope it was worth the wait.
I'd wait another 200 years if it was the only way I'd get to kiss you again.
Let's be fair here. Your perception of time, Abigail, at this point is a little bit fucky-wucky, so before we start saying that...
I promise. You won't have to.
To prove it, I lean forward and give her another quick peck on the lips. Abigail leans against my side yet again. We've done this several times before, but it's never felt like this. It's never felt this right. Everything feels a little bit brighter now. Our next day passes blissfully. We wander the forest, seeing all our favorite spots. The comfort of our new relationship makes the time we spend together even more joyful. Everything is prettier when I'm seeing it with Abigail beside me. It's like, it's like in Dawn Trail when it's like, the food is better when I get to share it with you. That one almost had me crying. I was welling up there. Of course, as has become our tradition, we end up back at the mystical fairy grove. We settle into our favorite spots by the shore with a perfect view of the pond. As much as I love films, I've never been a big fan of romantic scenes. They always feel so forced. Soaring music, the obvious atmosphere, the cheesy dialogue. They're so divorced from real life that I can't take them seriously. The funny thing is that the way that they juxtapose that, the music was not soaring. The atmosphere was there. Dialogue was not cheesy, but the music was not soaring. So it's interesting that they juxtapose that line right back against that scene. Here I am watching the sunlight reflect off the shimmering water of the lake as the woman I love leans against me. And I think that maybe those scenes weren't so unrealistic after all.
Madison.
What is it, sweetheart?
Sweetheart. You're really gonna make me cry, Maddie. Why did sweetheart hit me more than that whole scene? Hold on, I'm gonna wipe my eyes. Why did sweetheart hit me? Fuck you, Josh Cap. I wonder what. Oh, look at listen to that chorus in the background. A gentle chorus. Just like hidden behind the reverb. Oh my god. What's that whom I wonder for? You sick, twisted bastard. What are you gonna do? Sweetheart? I don't use pet names. It's not like me at all. But with her, I feel like it fits.
I know that I've said this before, and will probably say it many times in the future, but today and yesterday have been some of the happiest days of my life.
You missed me with that smiley face. Try a little bit to the right next time.
Mine too. And it's okay. I'll never get tired of hearing you say that.
She smiles at me, as soft as ever, but hidden in her expression and in her tone of voice, I can detect a tinge of sadness. I touch her face, running my thumb across her cheek. She closes her eye. Oh god, the fucking barrage again. I touch her face, running my thumb across her cheek. She closes her eyes and leans into the motion.
Are you feeling okay?
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. You just looked a bit sad. Maybe it was my imagination.
I half expect her to deny it, but instead she nods.
You do know how to read me, don't you?
I do.
It's like you only have, 12 states that your face can be based off of, what the storyboarders came up with.
What's wrong? You can tell me anything, I promise.
She pushes closer to me in response, resting her head against my chest. I'm sorry I cut you off, Maddie.
This day is so lovely. I don't want to say anything that could spoil it.
You don't have to worry about that, Abigail. I love you, and that means I want to be here for you no matter what. We're going to have plenty of wonderful evenings. I promise. And being open with each other is the best way to make sure they stay wonderful.
Some like me too. Usually on the first day of a relationship, I'm still a bumbling bag of nerves. Oh god. Same. What if I say the wrong thing? What if I move too fast or too slow? You know, a lot of people worry about moving too fast or too slow. And what I've learned over, almost 3 decades is that every relationship moves at its own pace. In some relationships, you may be able to say, I love you immediately, and it works. In some relationships, you have to work up to a lot of different things. It just is how it is. The person you're with, what the dynamic is, and it doesn't mean that it's a worse or better relationship either. It's just that certain combinations of people are bound to move quicker or slower. There's your life lesson number 2 today. First, I gave you my DBT skills for you guys to take home and practice on your own. Now I'm giving you reassurance about your relationships. But it's different with Abigail. That fear isn't there. I can't explain why. I just feel like I don't have to worry with her.
I was thinking about other happy days that I've had. How long it's been since then. and how the memories have since soured.
Yeah, Ralph, sometimes you don't know. And you have to figure it out. Preferably with communication. And, preferably without tripping. But I think a lot of times, like, I can't avoid stumbling here and there. It's inhuman to believe that I'm not going to stumble over any relationship, friendship or not. So, but I guess the best you can do is think ahead before you stumble, before you take a step.
How much have I told you about my sister?
Not much. You mentioned that the two of you were close, and that you spent a lot of time in the woods together, but that's it.
We weren't just close. Helena and I were inseparable. Whenever anything went wrong, she would always be there to protect me. She swore that would never change.
Hold on, I heard Helena, and half the sentence just disappeared as My Chemical Romance started playing in the background. She always was there to protect me.
But fate had other plans for the two of us.
She trails off. Every other time she's mentioned her sister, it's only in passing. Her story last night about tracking deer is the only solid detail I have about her. At first, I expect her to stay quiet like before, but instead, she keeps talking.
For as long as it's existed, Eisenfeld has had a curse, you could call it. A terrible monster who would destroy the village if given the chance.
Now you're starting to look like the, I remember what that movie was, by the way. It's called The Ritual.
To appease its terrible rage, we would offer a sacrifice to it. Every generation, a new offering would be chosen. But it didn't just want flesh. The head priest would take the sacrifice into the forest to be offered to the horrible spirit. The sacrifice's soul and the head priest's body would both be consumed.
Huh.
Then, the new head priest would emerge, having taken the form of the poor sacrificed victim. It was a painful reminder of those we had lost.
See that Evelyn right there? She's being lied to. She thinks that the forest spirit needed appeasement. But no, it was just the hand, right?
When I found out that it would be a member of my family who was to be taken and given over, I wasn't shocked. There was only one thing that I cared about, that it wouldn't be my beloved Helena who was harmed.
Her voice wavers before she falls silent. Before I can tell her that she's said enough, she speaks again. Each word shakes as it leaves her mouth.
I couldn't forget the joyous days of our childhood. I couldn't let such a kind soul suffer such a horrible fate. So, when the time came, I offered myself. I volunteered to die so that Helena could live. And in that very moment, when our fates were sealed, I looked at them, at Helena. And do you know what I saw?
Captivated by your tragic story, I can't even answer. I don't move my head or my lips.
Relief. Not once did she try to stop me or change my mind. Not that I would have let her, but I don't think she even thanked me. My parents cried, of course, but they didn't argue either. Neither of them stepped forward to take my place. No one did. While I'm sure my sacrifice was appreciated, I was quickly discarded without even a token effort or gesture of appreciation.
It kind of explains why her self-worth is so low.
My sister, who had sworn to always protect me, had no difficulty accepting the fact that I would die for her.
What? She just gave you away? Just like that?
If death looms over you for long enough, it corrupts everything. Even love.
Damn. That's a hell of a line. That's a hell of a line right there.
It didn't corrupt you.
Perhaps. Though I believe that that's why I'm still here today.
What do you mean?
The first step of the ritual involves separating the sacrifice's body from its soul. From what she told me, as she did it, those poor victims usually try to resist, begging for someone else to be taken. And when their souls are ripped away, they're too damaged to carry on. I didn't resist. I went peacefully. And so the gentle forest spirit, who I'd been raised to believe was some kind of demon, eventually came and took me away. And I've been here ever since.
There's something very brutal in the idea of, as Evelyn's going about sacrificing them, the more that they struggle, the more she, like, in a similar way to, like, someone who wants to take the hide of an animal, the more that animal struggles, the more hits that it takes, and the more that you have to do to kill it, the more damaged the pelt becomes. And it's a very brutal way of thinking about it. Her words carry a sense of finality. Not knowing what else to do and still stunned by her story, I simply lean closer to her and pull her into an embrace. But yeah, it's not lost on me how tragic it is that she didn't put up a fight as she was killed. It's not lost on me, and that's why I said it was very clear where self-worth issues come from. That only enforces that even further. There aren't any words that could be enough. Physical comfort is all I can offer. To my surprise, though, when she finally pulls away from me, she looks happier than before. Just like I did earlier, she touches my cheek gently and leans in for a kiss.
Thank you for listening. I've told the one person who matters, and now I think I can heal.
You need to take a screenshot of this right here. I'm circling it with my fingers as if you can see it right now. I'm making a motion. Let's take a screenshot of that. And that's why you go to therapy. That's why you seek help.
I know, sweetheart. I love you.
Sweetheart.
More than anything.
I love you too. More than anything.
Not that that's a high bar, but... Damn. She sighs contentedly and leans against my shoulder. She takes my hand and intertwines her fingers with mine. We sit there for a long time. We don't say anything. We don't even move. All we do is watch the sky and feel each other's heartbeats. I love how, like, the stars pass by in the effect as well. Like, the sky turns black with stars as it passes by, and then as this shows up, there's some bright stars. I wake up with a headache, and I know that something's wrong. I'm alone. Abigail must have disentangled herself from my arms at some point, leaving me on my own. I get up and pace around the church, not seeing her. After a bit, I find her outside its doors.
Good morning.
Good morning, my love.
Why are there footsteps? But she doesn't make footsteps. Her lips smile, but her eyes don't. It's a look I'm pretty familiar with by now. I slip an arm around her as I take my spot by her side.
Sleep okay?
Well enough. I'm sure all of my nights will be better now that they're spent beside you.
I can't help it. I kiss her on the cheek, and true joy brightens her face.
How about you?
Pretty good. I woke up with, like, a bad feeling, though.
A bad feeling? About what?
I'm not sure. My head kinda hurts, so maybe that's it? Actually, now that I think about it, this is the first actual pain I've felt since turning.
It's not the worst headache I've ever had, not by far, but it's enough to be annoying. It feels the same as being dehydrated or having a slight cold. Thank you for the hydration routine, Maddie.
Aw, poor dear.
Poor dear. She stands on her tiptoes to kiss my forehead.
I felt the same, actually. I had hoped that stepping outside might help, but it seems not.
She rubs her temples, and I notice how ragged her eyes look.
How long have you been out here?
A while. Perhaps an hour or so. I was afraid I'd wake you.
Nah, I slept right through. It's not just a coincidence that we both feel sick, is it?
Abigail pursed her lips. Her brief silence is enough confirmation.
No, I doubt it is. It must be something to do with the forest.
The trees before us sway in the breeze. To me, they look the same as ever. No trace of lingering sickness or pain.
You felt bad the other day, too. When we first met the fairies? Was it the same thing then?
Most likely. Changes in the air. Something's happening. And it isn't good.
I think of the fairies, fleeing some unseen terror.
Is it Evelyn?
I half expect her to shake her head. I want her to say no, but she nods.
I think so. I don't know what she's done or why, but this can't all be coincidence.
I nod, my thoughts turning to Atara and Morgan. I wish they could just get out of here. Leave me to my fate and escape. Let Evelyn do whatever it is she's doing while they're across the ocean, safe. I know that won't happen, though. Tara's not the type to fight back down from a fight. Except this time I know she's hugely outmatched, even with Morgan's help.
What about the forest spirit? You said it's a guardian of the woods, right? Why doesn't it stop her?
I'm sure it's doing what it can, but it's just as intimately connected to the forest as the fairies are. Far more than you or I. So as the forest itself weakens, so does it.
Worry creases her brow.
Is there any way we can help?
Not that I know of.
I can tell she's not really happy with that answer.
Maybe we can think of something together. There has to be something we can do.
Yes, perhaps.
She looks up at me adoringly.
I feel like I can accomplish anything with you by my side.
Her loving words are nearly enough to counteract the worry that I feel. Now I'm feeling worried.
We've already beaten death. There's no way Evelyn can stop us. At least not a second time.
Now I'm worried that we're gonna lose Abigail permanently instead. First, we just have to figure out how. Abigail slips her hand into mine where it fits comfortably.
Perhaps you'll make an optimist out of me yet, Medicine. Shall we go for a walk?
Absolutely.
I would hate for Maddie to be the one who's alone after everything that's happened. Not that it would be bad writing, but I would hate it in my heart if Maddie was the one left alone after everything. You know what I mean? Like, but I feel like it might be going in that direction. And that's just painful. Oh my god. They're coordinated over here. Look at these fucks. Well, thank you for getting one of those. Fucking bots like timed themselves with that one. I'm glad that our changing relationship hasn't changed our routine. The walks around the forest keep me grounded. They're enjoyable, but also a solemn reminder of how trapped we are here. My dream of finding a way out hasn't disappeared or diminished at all. It's just evolved to include Abigail too. There's no way I'm leaving these woods without her. We chat idly as we stroll, enjoying the newfound comfort and intimacy that comes from being lovers rather than friends. The pain in my head is still there, and I'm sure Abigail still suffers from hers as well. But it's easy enough to ignore in lieu of the pleasure that simply being together brings. We've reached the edge of the fairy clearing, where we always seem to end up. Abigail is glued to my side. I wouldn't have it any other way.
We're probably a little bit early to meet Alma, although they sometimes come by at this time. This grove is one of the easier places for the animals to come drink during winter, so it attracts all kinds of wildlife.
Yeah, I've noticed all kinds of tracks in the snow leading around here.
She nods, pleased. Then we enter the grove itself, and my blood runs cold. Oh my fucking god, are you serious? Are you fucking serious right now? Oh my god. Gotta take a drink. Just ahead, lying prone on the frozen ground, is a fawn that I just know is Alma. It's clearly dying, if not already dead. With a shriek, Abigail drops my hand.
No!
I can feel her anguish cut through me like a knife, visceral and turning. Dashing over, hands outstretched, she falls to her knees and presses a tender hand against its snout. A small motion confirms that it's alive, if just barely. It leans into her, either in fear or recognition, eyes wild.
No, what's happening to you?
I move closer as well, though not so close as to crowd them. What I witness makes my stomach turn. Gaping wounds perforate the poor thing's body, staining the ground red with blood. They look like knife wounds or bite marks, but there's no visible damage or puncture. It's more that like its body simply opened up. What the fuck? Now this is the eldritch shit that we come here for. Abigail flails her hands, clearly wanting to help, but afraid to touch it and cause more pain. Yeah, this is the kind of like body unraveling shit that we expect from an eldritch being of some variety. She turns to me teary-eyed.
Madison! What do I do?
I don't know what to do. I don't even know where to start. I kneel down beside Abigail. Lacerations covering Alma's body are clean and even, but varying in size. Some minute, so small as to be nearly invisible. Largest is a gash that runs the length of her torso.
How does this even happen?
Through choking sobs, Abigail manages to answer.
Magic! These are not normal injuries. It's the forest. The forest is sicker than I thought.
Like, why would you just blow up a random hag, though, or a random deer, though?
And all of its children are hurting for it, too.
So we get headaches while Alma gets this. I shudder. Is it random? Could it have been easily been one of us lying here bleeding out? Maybe our ghostiness is more of a blessing than I thought in this case. Though without it, we wouldn't be affected by the forest illness at all. Leaning over, I gently stroke the deer's head. Its breathing is restless and agonized, but it seems to register my presence. My thumb brushes against a wound that I don't notice. I jerk my hand back while Alma groans in pain.
I'm sorry!
The deer's blood is viscous, unnaturally so and slick like motor oil. It sticks to my fingers, stretching and webbing. It's neither warm nor cold. It's unnervingly neutral. I try to rub it off in the snow, but my fingers pass through the ice and dirt, of course. My hand trembles with the disgusting feeling that it'll never be clean again. Jesus Christ. Abigail is beside herself, wringing her hands impotently. There's nothing that either of us can do. Just sit there and wait as Alma passes away in agony. But then, a tremor reverberates through the clearing. The ground shakes and snow is rattled from the branches. Fairy baubles dance up and down. Abigail and I both face the forest in the direction of the sound, already knowing what's coming. The forest spirit strides into view, as tall as the trees, but no taller. It brushes past trees with no notice of the branches and snow it disturbs. As it draws into the clearing, it acknowledges us with a level gaze. It's been a while since Abigail and I have been by to see it. The forest spirit himself, though, is a little bit different than the forest center, I guess, that the hag destroyed, I suppose. I mean, if he's still here with us, that is to say. If Mr. Woody is still here with us. The deer looks up at us at the pathetic... What? Jesus Christ. The deer looks up at the forest spirit with pain recognition, its eyes wide and breathing shallow with pathetic relief. Abigail looks up at it too, tearfully, clearly glad to see it. The forest spirit looms closer, its great presence alone seeming to revitalize the air around us. My headache vanishes in an instant. The spirit stretches out one immense finger, drawing from head to tail across the deer's mangled body. The two lock eyes, and as the spirit retracts its hand, it curls the finger inward, calling Alma to it. In one motion, the deer's eyes rolled backwards as life exits its body. At the same time, its spectral form, ephemeral and perfect, rises from its corpse. Boundless as in life, it gives us one last glance, then springs across the fallen snow before vanishing into thin air, gone to join some spectral herd somewhere. Abby wipes her eyes of tears and stands. She moves to the spirit's side and gently pats it.
Thank you. I'm glad you came.
Spirit's shoulders sag, its branches hanging low and still, despite the slight breeze. I notice what look like burn marks on its hide, where part of its wooden skin is blackened and dark. Without a doubt, it's Evelyn's doing as well. I'm reminded of an old man putting a child to rest. Sorrow, and surely pain as well, weigh heavily on it. I wonder how it knew to come. Did it feel Alma's pain? Or perhaps Abigail's? Bearing the emotional weight of an entire ecosystem, my heart aches for the spirit, as well as Abigail, who seems forever hurt by her powerlessness. The spirit and I meet eyes again, and I bow my head in reverence. I don't know it well enough to speak to it like Abigail, but for Alma's sake, I'm glad it's here. It stoops down and picks up the deer's corpse. Blood now runs freely from the injury, somehow not clotting, and I have to look away. Without a second thought for us, the spirit turns and leaves once more, going back the way it came. Abigail and I watch it go. In all, the encounter couldn't have lasted more than a minute or two. Long after the last of its footfalls have faded away, Abigail and I sit in silence. I hold her close until finally we return to the church. The rest of the day passes quietly, the earlier euphoria of our relationship being overshadowed by the fear of the shifting forest. Though Abigail is never more than an arm's reach away from me, and usually closer, she's nearly silent. Our headaches return not long after leaving the fairy clearing, stronger than before. Now some combination of pain and sorrow keeps us both quiet. At some point, I reach for her hand out of habit. That's when it happens. My hand passes right through hers as if she isn't even there.
Abigail!
Fuck. Josh Kaplan, why? I say the first thing that comes to mind. With a fright, she leaps up, searching around for the source of my panic. Seems she didn't even feel it.
Look!
I reach for her hand, and once again it passes right through. Just like when we first met, before we could even speak with one another. She understands instantly.
Oh no. Oh no, no.
What's happening? Are you okay? Do you feel any different?
I don't know enough about magic to even start to guess why this might be happening to her.
Should we take you to the forest spirit? Or get you some rest? Or...
Madison, it's not me.
What?
It's you.
I look down at myself. Sure enough, my whole body is slightly transparent. I can see the floor of the church through myself. Vertigo hits me and I stumble. Abigail lurches forward to catch me, but of course she isn't able to. Dread fills my heart. Please no, not again.
What do I do?
I slap my hand, a pathetically ridiculous action. I can't even feel it. My own hand goes right through me. Shaky, Abigail stands up, holding her head.
Something's happening to the forest. This must all be connected somehow. It's simply impossible otherwise.
What could Evelyn be doing?
I know that she has to be involved. I don't even have to ask.
I have no idea. Nor do I know why she's choosing now of all times to do it.
Do you think the forest spirit can help us?
Forest Spirit is all I can think of. The only ally that we have. At least it's a powerful one. Abigail looks away. I'm sure the spirit was her first thought too.
Perhaps we can try.
Wordlessly, she heads out of the church and I follow behind her. The happiness and joy that we shared so recently has evaporated entirely. I wish that life, whatever form it takes for us, could just slow down. That we could just have more than a moment to rest. But I know that that's impossible while Evelyn is still out there. And I know that one way or another we're going to have to be the ones to deal with her. What I don't know is if we even have a chance. Jeez, what a sound design. Oh my god.
Do you know what's going on? Has something like this happened to you before?
It hasn't. This is the first I've seen of it. But I think I know. I think that the forest is having trouble keeping you here. The magic is getting weaker too.
So does that mean that...
I leave the implication unspoken. Abigail halts in her tracks, facing me with a fiery determination.
No, I won't let anything bad happen to you. Not again. I promise, Madison.
I don't know if she has the power to keep that promise, but I can only hope so. And also, what is... I feel like most options are bad options. So what does something bad mean? What is something good that we think could happen? Because if it feels like every option is bad. If she goes away, that's bad for Abigail. If Abigail sacrifices herself and she remains a spirit, that's bad. If both of them remain spirits, it's not great, but it's survivable. If she's resurrected but Abigail stays a ghost, that's bad.
Okay, I trust you.
I really do. Believing in Abigail is my only option. But even if it weren't, it's like she said, together, we can get through anything. I tried to think of what it would mean if I'm wrong. I'm not even totally sure myself. Also, if she becomes the fairy queen, that's bad. Yeah, taking the fairy is deal. It's not great, but it's kind of like, it's kind of like the Chung-Ho situation, right? It's like the Chung-Ho situation, but worse. Would I cease to exist? Go to an afterlife? Something else? None of the options are especially appealing, and I know that dwelling on them will only make me feel worse. So I focus on the here and now and sticking close to Abigail. Even I can tell that she's right when she says the whole forest is affected. Aside from the harsh winds, everything else feels subdued somehow. The trees don't seem to stand as tall, and the leaves and needles look dull, even by wintry standards. The little sunlight there is feels dreary, rather than bright. Yeah, like it would be like if being a Chung-Ho was a bad thing, but it still kept her alive, right? Or, I guess it would be like if Miho had to revert back to a fox period. Kind of. A light snow falls from the sky, but the heavy clouds overhead promise more, and soon. It occurs to me that we've been walking longer than we normally have to. Instead of changing the forest path to get us there quickly, we're following the regular route through the trees.
Hey, why aren't we taking the shortcut through the forest? Is it too sick to let us do that?
Wringing her hands, Abigail looks away.
It's more that I'm afraid to try. If I push myself too hard, then...
She leaves the consequences unspoken. I can imagine what they might be. The same as what's happening to me, or worse. Whatever exactly that is.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It's okay. Take as much time as you need.
It's been so long since I visited the spirit. Our brief moment in the grove with Alma was the first time in days. I wonder if it's missed me.
Of course it has. Who wouldn't?
You're far too sweet, Madison.
She nuzzles right against me. The angle's a little awkward, but since we're still walking, but it's nice. I feel awful because of those death flags, but also like, yeah. Even if Maddie somehow makes it out of the situation and survives in the way that like is given a new body, for example, how is she gonna feel? Then she jerks away like she was stung.
Oh, you're back!
Back?
Her hand envelops mine, smooth and soft like always, rather than passing through me.
Oh!
Just because she can, she leans forward and gives me a quick peck on the lips.
I was so worried.
Me too.
I rub my arms and sides, making sure that I'm all there. Everything seems to be in order.
Hopefully it's permanent.
Indeed. It's not too much farther to the spirit either. We should hurry.
It's probably their proximity to the forest spirit. Sweat makes her brow glisten a little. She's definitely still feeling strained, even though I can tell she's trying to hide it.
Don't push yourself too hard, sweetie.
Sweetie.
I won't.
Still, despite her words, the longer we walk, the more visible a toll it seems to take on her. Her steps slow down even though she wanted to hurry, and her breathing sounds labored.
Are you sure you're alright?
I'm fine. It's just...
Rubbing her eyes, she estimates her head. Right then, a pile of snow hits the ground a few feet away from us. Looking up, I spot a tree drooping, its boughs angled down as if bent.
It's the forest again. Not me alone.
She voices what I already knew.
Something terrible must have happened for it to be this way.
Since I'm unable to feel the forest like she can, all I can do is watch and hurry.
Just now? Or at least today?
Maybe. Or we may only now be feeling the effects. I'm not sure.
I can tell by the frustration in her voice that she's nearly as in the dark about all of this as I am. I have to remind myself that what she knows, she only picked up by intuition and years of observation. I'm fortunate to have a guide as knowledgeable as she is about our situation, even if she doesn't know everything. I know when we're getting close to the grove of ancestral trees, and the change in the air and the way the trees are larger than before. That profound sense of being watched and of the primal energy is still present, but even that feels mellower, or maybe strained. Through everything, there's also the acrid smell of smoke. Suddenly, Abigail lets out a yelp of horror and dashes forward.
Abigail!
I follow right on her heels.
Oh no!
It doesn't take long to discover what she found. Where once there was a mighty tree, all that remains is a blistered and charred husk, blackened by flames. A painful buzzing penetrates my head, nearly unbearable, and all I can do is watch in horror as a foreign sorrow emanates. Even I can tell that the forest is crying out. Here at the locus of its pain, even I am affected. Can't imagine how Abigail must feel. Fingers run across the damaged wood as if searching for a sign of life. I have to remember this isn't just part of the forest. This is its heart, its very soul. And for so long it was her home.
How did I not know? I've been so happy these few days that I must have blinded myself to the pain of the forest.
can't blame yourself. From behind, I wrapped my arms around her, pressing my face against her shoulder.
I'm sorry. It's not your fault, though. Even if you knew, you couldn't have changed it. If anything, we were lucky to have those few days.
She clings to me, pinioning my arms into an even tighter embrace. As I feel her cry against me, my own uselessness feels more like a curse than death ever was. I wish there was some magic word or spell that I could use to make things better. But all I can do is hug her tightly and warmly, and hope that I'm as much of a reassurance for her as she is for me. Then without warning, I once again see my arms go transparent and the feeling of Abigail against me disappears. Although this time, it's not as big a shock, it's still a reminder that we don't have long to wait. Abigail notices and steadies herself alone.
Let's keep going. The spirit must be around here too.
Why doesn't it stop Evelyn? Isn't that its job as guardian?
It probably can't. I'm sure it wants to, but it relies on the forest for strength. So if the forest is weak, then it must be too. In fact, that may be Evelyn's intention.
The sinking feeling in my stomach intensifies. If she's even stronger than the forest spirit, then what hope do we have? I don't voice that fear, though. I'm sure Abigail's already worried about the same thing. It isn't much longer before we encounter the spirit. At first, we almost miss it. The forest spirit stands idle in the clearing, as if lost in thought. Do you see the little heart bit of the forest spirit there? It's like almost empty, and that's what lit up when he took in the deer, right? The forest spirit stands idle in a clearing, as if lost in thought. It barely seems to notice us when we approach. A slight tilt of its head is the only acknowledgement we get. It's small. Smaller than I've seen it before. It's barely as tall as I am. The light in its eyes, usually bright and terrifying, has gone dim. It looks more like the wounded deer from the clearing the other day than the being who helped it pass on. Just like the trees it protects, its branches sag and are bare. A few have jagged ends as if something snapped them off. None of the wildlife that usually accompany it is around. Instead, it seems alone and abandoned. Though it hasn't been long since we saw it last, it looks significantly pained. I wonder if its salvation of Olma was taxing on it. Abigail cries out again, just like when we came across the burned tree. As anguished as she sounded then, this time it's even worse. I hang back as she runs to its side, not wanting to intrude on a private moment. She places a hand on its leg, crooning something that I can't make out. Though the spirit tilts its head a little bit more to face her, the motion is stilted and janky. As exhausted and sick as Abigail seems, the forest spirit seems to have it 10 times worse. It makes a mournful sound, a deep and sonorous hum. It seems to echo and reverberate off the trees around us. Sonorous is one of my favorite words. Though I can't understand it like Abigail can, the pain and suffering in its tone is obvious. It's funny to me that it glowed blue there for a second, in the same way that Juliet's eyes glow when she was threatened with Miho potentially taking the portrait of Cosette. Abigail pressed her cheek against it, patting the creature gently, the same way she sometimes comforts me. I look down at myself, shimmery and transparent. That flickering effect, though. And I'm pretty sure we won't be getting any assistance from the spirit. A wave of nausea hits me as I ponder just what that means. I don't have any backup plans. If Abigail does, she doesn't mention them. Is my only choice to just stay like this and hope my condition doesn't get any worse? Ever since I came here to the forest, it's felt like I haven't had any control over my own fate. And I can't help but worry that this will be the final nail in the coffin. Perhaps, literally. I fidget, adjusting my scarf and hood and glasses countless times. As Abigail remains close to the spirit, pacing slow circles around it, as she talks to it softly. I wonder what she's saying. I feel like it's like her desperation is at an all-time high. Maybe that will be enough to allow her to protect herself. I need to take a quick BRB though, I'm sorry. So I'll just be 1 second here. Okay, that was the last BRB of the night, I swear. Okay, let's get back to this. I fidget, adjusting my scarf and hood and glasses countless times. Abigail remains close to the spirit, pacing slow circles around it as she talks to it softly. I wonder what she's saying. Sometimes the spirit will hum or make a gesture that could be nod. All the while I keep my respectful distance. At some point I realize it's snowing. I don't know how long it's been going on. As some of the snow settles on the spirit's broad shoulders, it doesn't look festive or pretty. It just looks pitiful, as the spirit sags bearing the weight of the world. Okay, I'm not sure how long I wait, but I don't rush Abigail at all. This could be the last opportunity she has to speak with the forest spirit, judging by its condition. I'm sure she's thinking the same thing. I flip between solid and intangible so many times that I could stop keeping track. I just watch the two of them. Finally, Abigail pulls herself away from the spirit. She approaches me, looking like she wants to say something, but doesn't. Her eyes say it all, though. I try to hug her, but she softly shakes her head and instead escorts me away, back into the woods. Though she never looks back, I do, but just once. The spirit's lonely eyes watch us go. Yeah, this is a lot more hopeless than Please Be Happy. Like, oh god, we have the heavy snow picking up here. Oh my fucking god. Blizzard conditions right now. 12 inches of snow at least for the last hour. I'm expecting to get 24 by the end of the week. Jesus Christ. Okay. Heavy snow batters us when we walk. Though of course, you're just gonna get into a corner and be sad now. Heavy snow batters us as we walk. Though of course its chill doesn't gauge us. Our visibility is effectively zero. Too weak to even alter the path of the forest. Abigail clings to my side, trusting me to lead us back to the church. Although I maintain a brave face, I'm not fully confident in my ability to get us there. Do you see that dark circle in the middle? Hold on. Let me look at the replay there. Yeah. The blizzard calls to mind memories of the day I died, although I don't let myself dwell on them. I'm not alone this time, and I have someone more to live for. Our journey is strenuous. We move at a glacial pace, but it's the fastest that Abigail can manage. Her steps are heavy and slow, and as much as I want to urge her along, I know that I can't. I'm glad that she's watching the ground at her feet rather than me, so that she doesn't have to see the worry on my face. Every time I start to think that I've got this whole ghost thing figured out, something new arises to complicate it over again. And this time I don't even have Abigail's experience to guide me. What happens if she loses the ability to walk altogether? Or to speak? What happens if the magic that keeps me here runs out? The occasional flickering of my body makes that very real concern right now. I hold tightly to her hand, the only anchor of comfort and security right now. But even that has grown clammy and cold. Swallowing a lump in my throat, we march on. Trees bow in the wind, trying to turn their backs against it. For the first time that I can remember, there aren't many woodland creatures out and about. No mice or rabbits, or chirping birds. Not even a panicked deer phasing in and out of existence like me. It may as well just be me and her and no one else in the universe.
Come on, I'm sure we're almost there. It can't be much further.
I say the words for my own sake as much as hers, though in truth I have no idea if I'm right or not. For all I know, we could be heading in totally up the direction of the church. Even then, once we arrive at the church, I'm not sure what to do. Will she get better with time to rest? Will I? Right now, the church is just the goal. It gives us something tangible to work towards. Something to keep our feet moving, slowly or not.
I'm sure you're right.
Her voice is barely a murmur. I can only hope that she's saving her energy on purpose. I'm afraid to ask. I wonder how much of that what's happening is by the mayor's design. While everything stems from her, it's impossible to know how much is deliberate and how much was simply a ripple effect from what she's done. Wonder if she's even considers us a threat, or gives us any thought at all. She definitely considers you a threat. Why else would she go over her way to try and get rid of you? If she doesn't, then maybe we can use that against her. Of course, first we have to reach a point where we can do that. During a momentary lapse in the blizzard, Rim will make out a welcome sight in the haze. A warped and curled tree that I distinctly remember from an earlier trip.
Look, you recognize that tree too, right? I'm pretty sure you were the one who showed it to me the first time. We're almost home.
Abigail nods weakly, but she doesn't say anything. I squeeze her hand, trying to impart some strength into her. It kills me to see her like this. I'd give anything to be able to help her.
Almost there, you've got this.
She nods again, unable to do or say more. Except she hasn't stopped nodding. Like a bobblehead, I tug her along. Oh, like a bobblehead. I tug her along, trying to lead her the rest of the short way, but she's rooted to the spot. And then she collapses. I didn't press enter right there, by the way. Jesus Christ. I choke on nothing as I gasp for a breath that I didn't actually need. Abigail has fallen to her knees. I didn't even feel her hands slip out of mine. I try to take the half step. I didn't touch anything again. It takes me a moment to understand, and I immediately wish I hadn't. Oh my god, I just stopped existing for a second. Fucking... These crazy devs, man. Fucking... First time, I thought that the application crashed. And the second time, I was like, these guys are genius. Profound dread grips my heart. Looking down at myself once again, I can see right through my hand and arm to the snow accumulating beneath us. Not good. This is extremely not good. I collapse to the ground beside Abigail, but at least in my own accord. I try to shake her by the shoulder, but it takes several tries before I can maintain a form long enough to even touch her.
I'm sorry, Mason. I just need a little break.
With visible effort, she turns to look at me. I don't think she even realizes what's happening. Then I phase into non-existence for another moment. When I come back, horror is clearly etched onto her face. Finding some hidden reserve of strength, she lunges towards me and grabs my hand. Immediately, everything goes back to normal.
Madison, are you okay? Can you hear me?
I'm fine now.
I hold her hands a bit tighter to reaffirm it.
Are you okay, though?
I'm just a little tired, is all.
She forced herself up again, looking more than a little tired. Immediately, she sways and nearly falls, but I catch and steady her. She leans into me and I pull her into a hug.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's not okay, you're gonna make me cry. Gently, I stroke her hair. In truth, I'm terrified, but I don't want her to see that. It'll only make things worse. I guide Abigail over to a fallen tree where we sit down, indifferent to the blizzard. Even now, the church isn't much further, but I don't want to push her too much right now. This is like the music that plays in the flashbacks in FF7 and FF8. I wrap one arm around her as we sit and I hold her close.
Where can we go for help? Maybe if the forest spirit sees how rough it is for us.
Well, she shakes her head.
Believe me, it would if it could. But I fear that it's even weaker than I am right now. It's much more in tune with the forest than me, so it's suffering the effects even more strongly.
All of this because Evelyn killed one tree?
It wasn't just any tree. It was one of the ancestral trees. The oldest one. They're the heart of the forest.
Name drop.
All of its strength comes from them.
I can't pretend to understand their importance, but I know that Abigail isn't exaggerating. Not at a time like this.
So what do we do? There has to be some sort of solution, right? Can we plant another tree or something?
Even as I say it, I know the idea is ridiculous. But we don't exactly have the centuries it would take for a new tree to grow up as big and strong as the one that was killed.
The forest spirit is supposed to become the next one. All of the ancestral trees were once spirits like the one you've met.
What's stopping it? The mayor?
Her hand clenches around my shoulder, where she was holding on tightly.
That's right. I hadn't even realized.
Realized what?
Groaning, Abigail sits up straight. So long as we're close like this, it seems like I'm able to maintain my physical form.
This spirit can't pass on its own. It needs the help of a fairy queen. That's one of her duties to the forest.
But there's no fairy queen right now.
Yes, which means that there's no one to complete the ritual.
The rest goes unspoken, as we both come to the same realization. An awful one.
Madison.
I know. There aren't any other options, are there?
None that I know of.
I close my eyes and take a deep breath, heading off the wave of fear that I know is coming.
I'm sorry, again.
It's okay. You don't need to apologize. Really.
But...
Taking both her hands in my own, I turn to face her, understanding her eyes close halfway as her lips part to meet mine. Part of me wishes I could spend an eternity like this, together, warm, with the one I love. But even that isn't an option anymore. Our kiss ends far too quickly, although I'm not sure it could ever have been enough. When we part, there are tears on Abigail's face. I'm not sure if they're mine or hers.
It'll be okay somehow. I know it.
I'll be with you, no matter what.
I know. Thank you. Seriously. I couldn't do this without you.
I love you.
I love you too.
As one, we turn and face the forest again, putting the church behind us. Resigning myself to what comes next, I point in the direction we need to go.
Let's go visit the fairies. I'm sure they're still looking for a new queen.
Oh, thank you for the headbands. Once again, we reach the grove with the fairy's nest. It occurs to me that this is the only part that seems unaffected by the forest sickness. The trees are just as vibrant as ever, and the pond is crystal clear. Crystal clear. We stumble into the middle near the shore of the pond. Abigail takes several woozy steps, and I hold her shoulder to keep her steady. Then I flicker, and she starts to fall, barely managing to keep her balance. Forget days or even hours to find another solution. We might not even have minutes.
Hello?
I call out, a bit surprised that none of the fairies have come to greet us. I watch the trees and listen for the buzz and flutter of wings. But it remains silent and still.
Hello? Fairies!
Feels a little absurd and on the nose, but I don't know what else to say. There's no response.
Please, we need your help!
I might as well be shouting into the void. There's not a single rustle. I notice that the birds who used to nest in the bushes seem to have abandoned this place. Tendrils of fear creep through me. What if the fairies are gone too?
Madison.
I turn towards Abigail, but she's not even looking at me.
Madison.
She just murmurs my name, over and over. I steel myself and face forward for her.
If you can help us, I'll find you a queen. Even if it has to be me.
My voice sounds stronger than I feel. There's no reaction. My heart pounds, feeling like it's going to burst out of my chest. Seconds pass. Nothing. Beside me, Abigail has fallen silent, swaying on her feet, but looking as if she might collapse. All of her trust and hope has been placed in me. I can't let her down. I won't let her down. Just as I gather breath to yell it again, I hear a faint buzzing sound deep in the trees. Something flickers, far away, but getting closer. I realize it's many somethings. Tiny lights spark to life, woven throughout and across the trees like Christmas lights. Those and the growing buzzing herald the arrival of the fairies. They burst from the trees to swarm nearly enough to darken the sky overhead. Like before, 3 break apart from the rest and swoop towards us. I recognize them as the 3 I spoke to before. The ones I named Hay, Anon, and Freya.
You're back! To be queen? We've been waiting.
Some very minor key strings in the background there. They watch inquisitively while the rest of their swarm hover overhead. It isn't what I want. I still barely know what being queen would entail, much less a fairy queen. All I have is one short vision. But it's not like I have time to research or to learn. It's not time for anything. There's not time for anything else. It's this or disappear forever, and leave Abigail to whatever fate she's suffering. Of course, that's not an option I'm willing to consider. I put on the sternest face I can and lock eyes with the fairy in the middle.
Only if you can help us.
Wordlessly, the 3 fairies dart forward, inspecting Abigail and me. They communicate silently with each other, leaving me to wonder what they're saying and thinking. A minute later, they return to their position in front of my face.
Name your terms. But are you sure? We think we know.
If you make us human again, and stop whatever it is that's happening to us, then I'll make sure you have a queen. Whether it's me or someone else.
It had better be someone else, Maddie.
A queen! Who else could it be? We've spent so long looking. There's not much time left. For you or for us.
Wait, what do you mean? What are you running out of time for?
She'll make her move! Haven't you seen? The moonsick one.
Moonsick. I remember when they said moonsick, and it was so erotic. Okay, I'm done with it. Moonsick, there's that word again.
Moonsick one. You mean Evelyn?
Evelyn. A human name. It must be her.
Wait, the hag is the queen? I don't fully follow, but there's no one else I could be referring to. So much I want to ask, but I can't right
How
now.
long do we have?
Until the moon is at its brightest. That's when she's strongest. Will you be ready then?
I'll have to be.
I haven't been paying much attention to the moon, but I know that it can't be more than a week until it's full, probably less. I really wish I had Tara's stupid shirts to use as reference right now. Tara. In all this, I haven't even been considering that. By becoming human again, not just a ghost, I'll be able to see her. But that's at least one big upside, although I don't know where we'll even begin catching up. Still, that's something else to be figured out later. Facing the fairies, I know.
Okay.
We can start preparing! Are you ready? It won't take long.
Yeah. I just need a moment to get ready, too.
Fairies flit off and rejoin the rest of the kind, not bothering to respond. That's fine by me. I turn back to Abigail, who's been silent throughout the whole thing. At first, I thought maybe she'd passed out, but instead she's watching me with anxious eyes.
Medicine, are you sure?
Softly, she leans against me. Well, kind of falls.
Yes. I'm sure.
Fairies have all gathered near the pond, close to one of the trees. They watch us intently, ruining the chance of any private moment. I kiss Abigail's cheek and feel her nuzzle against mine for a moment.
I love you, Madison.
She says it with more strength than she's been able to muster so far.
I love you, too.
We look into each other's eyes for one last moment. Then I turn and stride towards the fairies. I don't let myself look down. I don't let my hands shake. I keep my step measured and even. I only glance back once to where Abigail is watching me. Then Hay, Frio, and Anon descend once more. Frio loosely grips a crown of woven flowers and leaves as out of season as the rest of this grove. Right, that was in the chapter image for chapter 4. I would say that it doesn't feel real, but to tell the truth, it's been a long time since anything has.
Is it time? We hope it is. Just put this on.
That's it. All I have to do is put on the crown?
That's all for you. Is that too much? We'll do the rest.
Okay. Frio hands me the crown. I let it rest on my palms. It's light, barely noticeable. The flowers are all woven together so deftly that I have to wonder if it was made by magic. It's also slightly warm, like it had just been sitting in the sun for a while. I swallow the lump in my throat. This is what's best for everyone. Not just for me or Abigail, but for the whole forest. With one swift motion, I reach up and place the crown on my head. It fits perfectly, as if it was made for me. I wonder if it was.
The flower in her hairpin has turned to real flowers.
The moment it touches my hair, the fairies start to move. They chatter out loud, but there are so many of them speaking that it's impossible to hear what they're saying. I don't even know if they're human words. Altogether, they sound like a forest of rustling leaves. I shut my eyes as I feel a tingling sensation. It starts at the top of my head and slowly works its way through me. It's not uncomfortable at all, but it also isn't anything ignorable. Something soft brushes against my face and hands. It feels like snow, but isn't cold. And when it melts away, there's no trace of wetness left behind. An invisible force feels like it's tugging me in every direction at once, but I stay rooted to the spot. A light scent of pine fills my nose. Somehow, it's nostalgic. I open my eyes, still in the middle of my metamorphosis. Warmth spreads through my body like a hot cup of coffee, and with it comes understanding of the forest and how I'm a part of it. I'm acutely aware of its existence, tuned to its precise frequency. I imagine this must be what Abigail meant by being connected.
It's like Yuna's dress.
Memories that aren't mine start to run through my head. A movie that I can't shut off. Visions of trees sprouting from the earth and growing skyward, and of clouds forming and then falling apart. Each denizen of the forest, every tree, every deer, even the forest spirit itself, come to mind at once, feeling like old friends I haven't seen in a while. None of it feels new. It's not intrusive or foreign. Rather, this knowledge feels like something that's always been there, but without my awareness. Or maybe something I'd forgotten. It's comfortable. And still the fairies dance overhead, their rustling chants even louder as they perform their ritual. I wonder if all fairy queens are inaugurated this way. And at the same moment I wonder, I know instinctively that they aren't. Visions of a beautiful woman whom I immediately recognize as the missing fairy queen come to mind. And with her comes a longing, a feeling of something missing. Then as my thoughts turn, the vision and the longing are gone too. I can feel the rustle of cloth against my skin as even my clothes acknowledge the changes, taking on a life and form of their own. They lengthen and stretch and puff out, becoming a dress more elaborate and beautiful than anything I've ever worn before. Living, breathing flowers bloom from its hem right before my eyes, matching the crown on my head. I feel the magic work its way through, over, and around me, enveloping tightly. And then, as the ceremony comes close to an end, I start to feel it drain out of me. It seeps down and out, and back into the earth and air, returning to the forest that lent me its strength and trust to take on this role.
Thank you so much, Just Fans. I'm not crying over here. But, you know, it was a pleasure as well. Thank you so much for stopping by and for lurking for so long and for the raid today. Let me, get you a...
As I heave a deep breath, the enormity of the responsibility that's been placed on me feels heavy, but not unbearably so.
Put you a shout out right there. Thank you so much for your raid today. If you haven't gone visited Just Fans of, they were super entertaining, super fun. It was great talking to them, and they play Final Fantasy XIV, right? So, we all are big 14 fans around here. Thank you so much for stopping by today. I'm gonna be ending in a little bit, but I need the scene to play out here, of course. So, hope to see you soon, and thank you so much.
If anything, I'm reassured by the competence and power that I can simply feel that I have. I'm not invincible. I know that much. But for the first time in ages, I feel like I'm in control. I stumbled, just a little bit, as my feet touched the ground that I never knew I'd left. The instant that I do, the last of the shifting magic leaves me, although I can still feel it as part of the forest. Without anyone saying anything, without any confirmation, I simply know. It's done. I've become the Fairy Queen.
And now it's time to go beat up a hag. Chapter 5. I have a feeling that once I start this, I'm not gonna want to finish. Alright. And like I said, I was gonna let this scene play out today. Let's save over this slot because I made choices in chapter 3 and 4. Oh my god. I'm gonna be remembering that for the Studio L on tier lists. They've just done such a good job with sound design, scene design, the I come to think of the story structure too. I imagine chapter 5 is the final one, but they really brought you to the edge of hopelessness with this one before turning it around in the last second. And the only thing that I'm left feeling after seeing Maddie's metamorphosis is relief. I was expecting so much worse. You know, I was expecting that she puts on the crown and she will never be the same person again. Or never be... She will obviously never be the same person again, but she will never be able to be with Abigail. Which doesn't feel true anymore. after the gentleness of that scene, the softness of it all, it, you know, a scene that like literally bloomed like you were watching a flower grow over time. Um, it turned around very quickly. It started to feel hopeful. It gave me a sense of relief. And they had to bring you to like the very edge of despair for them. It was really well done. Everything up to this point has been like, once you get into chapter 2, this story takes the fuck off, man. And they do something similar in Please Be Happy. They really, at least in Juliet playthrough, I am brought down to nothing and built back up. And they do such a good job of that. And it relates to, of course, the arc when it comes to writing literature called the hero story. It relates to a better interpretation of that I've sort of heard from more modernized writing tutorials and classes and things. But again, it mirrors the hero story in such a strong way. But now, going into the end, it feels like it can only go... It can just blast right up. And there's something very uplifting about it. And like invigorating about it, It's like the hero story arc done very, very well. Like, that's the effect that you want to pull off. And they've done so much here that's been experimental, kind of wacky. The sound design has been great. The music design has been wonderful. Scene structure, the way that they doki you a little bit here. Excellently done. So when we go to make our Studio Elon tier list, you know that I'm gonna be putting this one really high. Not quite as high as Please Be Happy. I think Please Be Happy still hits me in a deeper way than this. Because Please Be Happy is so much more grounded than this. The conflicts are very human in Please Be Happy. And it hurts. It hurts to watch. But this is really, really good. Yeah, the 8 or 9 o'clock. Yeah, right about that. Done so well, man. So I'm really glad that we played this one next. And I know that if I start this, I'm just not going to want to stop until we're at the end. So that might be reserved for Wednesday, I think. I believe. Is that correct? Wednesday? And tomorrow we're going to be playing some FF8. I grinded a little bit today so that I don't need to grind so much on stream. Let me find somebody for us to raid real quick here while I emotionally recover from everything that's happened today. Any Highway Blossomers in the chat? No Highway Blossoms. No one playing Studio Ellen. Do we have any Valhalla friends today? Oh, I accidentally made that full screen. Whoopsies. Valhalla. Nobody playing Valhalla, which is weird. Coffee Talk? I'm a big fan of Coffee Talk around here. Nobody playing Coffee Talk. Well, fuck my ass, I guess. What about... What other things can we do here? I have my pen in my mouth here. Anyone that I follow in general who is playing something that we might be interested in. League of Legends. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go in for League of Legends. No, what you guys have any suggestions for what we could send the folks off to? I don't mind hearing some suggestions when I think about this. I can send you guys to Lily Blue. Maybe I'll send you guys to Lily Blue, actually. We haven't raided Lily Blue in a pretty long time. That might be a good choice for us tonight. We'll just make one more little skim. Yeah, let's go send you guys over to Lily Blue tonight. So thank you so much for watching today. I'll be here tomorrow at 8 p.m. Have a good one, everybody.